Alright, good evening everyone. It is time to wrap up the Mahoyo collab and probably do a little bit of, like, mission farming to kind of clean things out. I'm not sure how long it'll take to clean out the rest of the missions, but shouldn't take too long. Maybe. Or if it does, I'll probably just do the remainder of it off stream, and I don't really have too much of a... what was it? Like, interest in doing the CQ or whatever, but I think, like, depending if time allows, I will probably switch to Honkai Star Rail to do some side content and everything. And yeah, so just let me get it switched up to FGO. Let me just restart my Grand Blue real quick because I'm still in the middle of farming it right now. Alright. Boot Hill banners up. Hooray! Boot Hill! Yeah! I don't have pulls. I was kind of debating whether or not in the last moment I wanted to go, if I wanted to go for Hyacinth to bolster my Casterus lineup and everything. But then I couldn't really afford to spare any pools that I have built up for Hyacinth, considering like all the other characters I want to save up for and everything. And then like once I try to like have second or even third thoughts about that, then the Boot Hill banner rolled over, or sorry, the banner rolled over to Boot Hill, and I'm like, well, yep, all right. Too little too late. But I mean, whether or not it would have been a good or a bad idea, I mean, up for debate. But I'm just like, yeah, no, like, it's so annoying with how constraining it feels with Star Rail, team comps, and everything. Ashvale banner part 2, both Cowboys. I mean, yeah, I mean, Ashvale's still there, yeah, but oh yeah, no, that's what you're going for, Mel. Hey, Ferrari, how you doing? Arlecchino's in New Villette's son. But yeah, I mean, Ashvale seems pretty cool and all. Although, I haven't read into the exact, details. I haven't read to the exact details yet, but I kind of forget why people consider like Ashvale better as the main DPS as opposed to having sub DPS in a Feixiao team. I was meaning to look into like the explanations as to why, you know, with like the breakdown between like how it plays team comp wise and stuff. But then I was just like, I kind of forgot about it. Kind of got distracted farming some Grand Blue and just doing some other stuff today. But yeah. So read a little bit more of the Mahoyo visual novel off stream and everything. And yeah, again, just a fun time so far. For now. I mean, I fully know what, or, oh, okay, I wouldn't say I fully know what to expect, but it's just like, alright, gotta get the intro stuff down, and then we'll get into the real shit. But, anyways. Hyson, we'll get it. I mean, yeah, like, probably, no doubt, with a lot of the more premier busted characters and everything, they'll get reruns sooner than, like, characters whose playstyles have kind of fallen to the wayside or whatever. So like, you could definitely trust like, I don't know, fucking Sunday getting another rerun over like another Rappa rerun in a short time frame or some shit. Probably, I don't know. But yeah, like, we'll have to see what the banner announcements are once the 4.2 Star Rail livestream comes up and everything, because that is on the 10th of April, I think? Or I'm not sure because of time zones, but it should be around April 10 or some shit like that. So, I mean, I probably won't be able to catch it. God, I'm yawning way too much right now. I probably wouldn't be able to catch it the moment of, but I'll probably skim through it once the live stream is over and done with the by then to see who's going to be announced for banner reruns. So wait, Genshin has just had the fastest rerun of a 4-star character after the release, just 2 patches. Of a 4-star character? I mean, I'm not sure how many 4-star characters there are with Genshin, but yeah, in Star Rail, it's kind of like, it's been more than a year since we had like a proper 4-star character and everything. Like, if they're not gonna introduce any more 4-stars, like, at least buff up the pre-existing ones to some, by modern balance standards within Star Rail, to like a level of viability. For, well, like a level of endgame viability, I had to, if I would have to be more specific. Because again, like, with how much endgame kind of like demands that you either go for the newest characters who will then have certain buffs or whatever catered to their play styles, or you had to like vertically invest in like some relatively recent 5-star characters to give them their power spike and lasting power across more patches if you want to view it from that angle. Then it really sucks when like you don't have all the essential pieces to the puzzle, not the whole puzzle, but like the essential pieces that you can't really like, the filler pieces that you think should be put in there aren't adequate enough. I'm just like, it's so annoying. Genshin constantly gets 3 to 4 stars per year. What the fuck? I wish we had that. Like, we're lucky to get like maybe some other character with some other 4-star character that might get a path swap, but that's only March. That's literally it. Anyone else? Fuck if we know. It's annoying and constraining from like, cause like they could just have like, I mean like ideally, or well I say ideally, but like preferably, it'd be nice to just have characters buffed so that they can still be like actual viable alternatives while also being like the stepping stone into certain play styles or whatever. Because you know, like people still do use Maza for follow-up stuff, which is fine, but like let's say if you want like your stepping stone characters into the dot archetype, at this point it's still Kafka, who if you don't get it for free because of the free 5-star selector back then, you're gonna have to pull for her. So no Kafka, no dot at all, and even if you do get Kafka, you either need Black Swan or more importantly Hysolens, the modern dot applier and also procer in a way based on how her talent works. And if you don't, and then like you basically like need the essential 5 stars, but then it's like, oh, but then what about you know, like good old Sampokowski or Gwenifin or Luca, because Luca's supposed to be the like single target bleed application unit. No, that's just trolling, because it is nowhere near viable to like have them in any sense nowadays. Even if like you'll probably go through story difficulty with average equipment, like, you know, not like super farmed up shit, but like, yeah, it's just kind of rough. So then like, cause like there's supposed to be your stepping stones into dot, like Luca, even though people more use him for break now at this point as an alternative, well, if people want to push for that, but even then that's a bit iffy. Gwenifin, that's supposed to be fire dot, but Lamau, she's kind of outscaled at this point. Like, more modern characters basically just have ways of inflicting damage increases with a fire dot. Well, okay, if you want to go that far, but it's a little bit unreasonable from just a casual, quote-unquote, investment duplicate perspective. Jiaocho E2, but no one pulls Jiaocho E2 to do fire dot. Like, that's if you're just fucking crazy. So that's not really like a sensible direction to go. So I'm just like, come on, like give something for like the dot play style. And then there's Break, you got Gallagher, but then he's like a sustain with Break amp, sure, but like proper like options to get into like a Break play style for 4 stars. Like technically Sushang has her 4th Eidolon, which increases Break effect, but she wasn't really meant for that. She just, because you know, like with 1.x characters, they just threw whatever darts on the dartboard to make people's kits essentially. So it's oh yeah, like you have Sushang, who's a crit DPS, and for her 4th Eidolon, we'll give her a Break effect passive to give her extra Break effect, even though she's not really built to really take advantage of it all the time. So then that gets really weird. And yeah, it just kind of bleeds though, is kind of ironic, yeah. But yeah, before we get into FGO, what other things do I want to finish off my thought with? Yeah, like there's not much like in ways of like let's say the welfare 4-star options to get into like certain play styles. Like follow-up, which as an archetype overall, with the exception of newly released Ashvale, of course, like you only have Moza basically, that's like the more prominent like follow-up kind of 4-star or whatever. Like Himiko is kind of in that weird spot. Okay, no, she's like 5-star, but like Small Herda, I mean she can work, but it's more like she's reliant on the endgame mode buffs that are available and the specific boss fights you could bring her Small Herda into, but that's very specific instead of being able to just bring them in like as like a potential go-to option. So it's very limiting when you feel like it's appropriate to pull them out. And then like in terms of sustain options, nobody really uses Lynx or Natasha or whoever else you got at this point, I don't remember. Like Shui has a mixture of follow-up but also Break effect and some other weird shit. Like she literally encompasses multiple different playstyles in a singular kit. Follow-up, traditional crit DPS, and also scales off of Break, but then it's like that jack of all trades but like doesn't do shit like in terms of like the primary focus on whatever she's supposed to deliver, as in damage. So it's just kind of like she has 3 underwhelming sources of damage, which doesn't really feel suitable for how Star Rail's kind of like balanced and designed at this point. And I would love to use Shui and everything. There's Hanya as a buffer, but then it's just like she buffs attack and some speed and kinda sorta gives a SP refund, although you gotta work for it, compared to other characters which just restores skill points out the wazoo or whatever. Like, I think unironically or not unironically, like I think like genuinely, like if they kind of rebalance Hanya, they could have her as like a stepping stone support with like Sparksy or Elation because of how SP heavy, or I'm assuming just with Sparksy, with how SP heavy Elation is as a playstyle. They could just make it so that her debuff, which upon hitting an enemy twice gives you 1 skill point, they could hopefully balance it by just making it give more skill points in general, and then maybe like when using the ultimate to buff up your single DPS of choice, that also provides an extra skill point. So then I'm like, there's potential there, but will it make the money? Will it sell? No. But like, it doesn't have to be anything on the levels of like Sparkle level of SP generation through her ultimate, where she gives like 6 on using her ultimate. Like Hanya, like they could just make it so that like they could just make it so that like once an enemy gets hit twice, you generate 2. Well, actually no, that might be too much if you have super fast Hanya. But like, I don't know. I feel like if they give like some form of additional SP from using her ultimate, or like have some other parts of her kit that can mesh well with DPS units nowadays in Starro, like she could be like a viable stepping stone for that. Like that, honestly, that'd be pretty fucking cool. But I don't think that's within Hoyo's interest, or at least the Star Rail Balance team's interest to do that. I'm just like, man, 5-star Peppy. But yeah, okay, let's get into it. Sorry about the whole Star Rail talk. But yeah, let's go focus on finish off the event. Okay, here's all my old registers. There's one for each year. Oh, thank you for sharing these confidential documents with us. I know this information should usually be kept private, but this is an emergency. Oh, don't worry, it's fine. The only things written down are the guest names, addresses, and whether they caused any problems during this stay. And that's mainly just so we can be sure we can tell any egregiously entitled customers that we're all filled up the next time they want to book a room. I see, so the inns rate their guests like guests rate their lodgings. I'll have to remember that. Let's see, 1999. Here, this is it. Okay, so in May of 1999, the guests who stayed here were Ryogi, Shiro, Ishitarin, Sugitani. But this is 2000. Wait, oh no, that's 2 years ago, right? Yeah. Fujino, Bazette, and Cotton? That's strange. What could this mean? Aside from us, those are the exact same guests as this week. They're even staying on the same exact days. Wow, that's one hell of a coincidence, but I guess these things happen when everyone goes on holiday at the same time. Let's see, 2 years ago, I had already taken over the inn, and I think Lady Kashin was here too. So it was the same situation 2 years ago. What's going on here, Kinomi? Well, the thing is, I don't remember May of 2 years ago at all. It's like it's poofed out of my mind. Can you elaborate on that? It's hard to explain. The best I can do is I forgot that I'd even forgotten. I was just as surprised as you guys when I saw the hotel register just now. It feels like something that happened to someone else. Oh hey, I think it was like that for the other guests too. I mean, nobody else said anything about how this is just like last time either, right? Oh. So it's not just you. None of the other guests remember being here 2 years ago, which means... Did you just realize something? It all makes sense now. I finally know what Alka 1 did. Guys, let's continue this in the Sky Room. I've got to tell you something. God, like, I'll never get tired, like... Uh-oh. Huh. Hang on. What's your name doing the register for this year? Oh. Oh, it fabled. Aga's boobas are huge. No. I mean, relatively, yeah, with like the cast so far. Yeah, what was I gonna say earlier? Oh my god, I lost my train of thought like when Tsukiji like was rummaging through the pages again. Ah well, let's continue. The finale baited you going for MP3. I want to go for MP2, but like I should really save for Space Erish and stuff. This is why she needed the spring of stiff shoulder annihilation. Truly. How can I forget about being forgotten? I remember about being forgotten of a. Wait. Wait, what? The last part, you kind of lost me in the last part there with the wording. This case would have gone on. Wait, this case would have gone a lot smoother if Alco 1 had actually explained what was going on. So I need to start by apologizing on her behalf. I'm sorry. Even if she felt like she couldn't trust anyone, she should at least have let you all know what was going to happen in 1999. Does that mean you know how the world is supposed to end now? I do. It was only bits and pieces, but I managed to sync up the memories of what Alco once saw. In May of 1999, an unidentified entity that can only be described as a star shows up at this location. The moment it does, it blows away everything in the Kumano area. Then it releases a magic energy wind that raises the rest of the region. My guess is the star will keep emitting magical energy forever, generating storms as long as humans exist. As long as humans exist? Speaking hypothetically, does that mean the star will run out of magic energy and stops if it wipes human civilization off the face of the planet? No, it wouldn't have been sent here if that were the case. Civilization destruction isn't part of my jurisdiction. I'm in charge of matters involving the extinction of humankind. Not that anyone assigned it to me, but still. Say, wasn't something supposed to happen in 1999? Oh, I know this one. Nostradamus prophesied way back when that a great and terrible king would come to Earth from Mars in July 1999. I don't know if that prophecy is true or not, but I can say for sure that nothing happened in 1999. Not to mention the month is all wrong. You said the star appeared in May, right, Alco? That's right. Or that's right, Mash. This star has nothing to do with, Anglemois. Wait, Anglemois? So wait, MP2 with 240 St. Quartz took another 420 to get MP3. Jeez. Oh my god, that's so many extra pulls. Like, yeah, like, I'm just lucky enough to get Alco in general, just 10 pulling on a whim. Like, sorry, 3 10 pulls in total. So I really shouldn't push my luck for luck sacks, even though that's how I've gotten like a good amount of servants in FGO over the years. Is just like sometimes like on a banner I'm just like, what if I just throw a couple? Or maybe like an event comes by and I don't know anything about the characters. I'm like, I'm not sure. I don't know anything about these characters. I go through the event. I'm like, dang, those characters are pretty cool. Let me go see if I can pull for them. And then like some YOLO pulls later, I'm like, oh, they actually came home. Yeah. And if it was just an ordinary meteorite, humankind would have ways to deal with it. We can track the meteorite trajectories years ahead of time, and we have the moon to shield us. The moon. Which means the star is an existential threat to humanity that would never exist under normal circumstances. Even if a meteorite were to somehow snake its way past Jupiter, it would be drawn into the far side of the moon, and that would be that. Wait. It would be drawn to the far side of the moon? Huh. Helps a lot, Numa. I mean, especially with, I mean, it's kind of similar in FGO as well when you think about it. But like, you know, yeah, when it comes to Umusume or Psy games in general, or gachas in general, you always save for the spark. Like, for characters that you absolutely need to guarantee worst case scenario to have, always roll with the spark ready. Or, you know, whenever you get to the maximum pull limit for that guaranteed first copy. Yeah. So, unless, like, you're really feeling lucky, or you can kind of just live with, like, not having enough pulls to go around, you could YOLO roll here and there. But yeah, for the most part, if you really need them, or for whatever reason, especially, you know, husbando, waifu reasons or whatever, make sure you save, at least within FGO, that, how many SQ was it again? you had to go. I forget. It was 300 pulls, right? So then you need like 900 quartz, or technically 990, I think, right? Because of the 11 pulls. But yeah, I think you need like 900 quartz. We don't treat pity and FGO as real. Yeah, like getting to 900 quartz is kind of takes quite a while. Yeah, and it only applies for the first copy only. So then if you hit it early, which is fine, there's no other guarantee for any other duplicates afterwards, and it's all just a crapshoot, basically. Or treating characters in Hoyo games as costing 160 rolls. Yeah, that too. Like, at the very least with Hoyo games, like, you gotta take into context from game to game how the pull income is between games. So, it's not like a one-to-one thing. But yeah, also Hoyo games do have the bonus of having the pity counter carry over and everything. So you know, there is actual room to pull until you either don't hit or you might hit. And if, you know, luck doesn't work out in your favor, then you can still wait until next banner and guarantee the next character you might want. Or, you know, if you really want to stick it out, you just wait a long ass time. But depending on Hoyo game rerun schedules, that fuck if we know, like, when X or Y character is gonna come back. Arcanite then feels like, what's pity counter? I mean, they have a pity counter. It's kind of like a messed up system though. Zenless gives like 50% more rolls in Genshin with the same character release, right? Oh, really? Is Genshin, by comparison, not have as much pull income despite having the same release schedule? That's interesting. Huh. But okay. So instead of coming from space, the star must have come out of the ground. The ground? Out of the ground? So there's a star buried in the Kumano Mountains. That's right, which brings us to the question of what happened in 1999. Please, don't freak out when you hear this next part, especially you, Mash and Kirby. Back in 1999, Aoko decided the situation was too much for her to handle on her own. And decided to trust that a solution would be found in the future. Specifically, she took this entire singularity and kicked it 2 years down the road. Huh? You just literally pull a Patrick in SpongeBob. It's like, what if we just dig up this singularity and kick it 2 years later? Okay. We'll save this for another time. I mean, that's just how busted Alco is. I mean, you know what? Sure. Well, huh? Wait, then you don't mean... you made this 2001 singularity? I guess so. That explains why you haven't found the Holy Grail yet, too. How could you, when I'm the source? Alco? Man, no wonder my magic energy's been so low. I'm still maintaining the singularity even as we speak. Maybe the real Grail or the Alcos we met along the way. I wonder how long I have to keep this up for. Okay, I'd laugh too, but you can, but also you can kick singularities? Oh sure, it's like when you're about to lose at a board game, so you sweep away the board so no one can play anymore. Is that how this works? Of course, in this case, that doesn't change the game's outcome at all, and it arguably makes it even worse. So this 2001 Kumano in singularity? Wait. So this 2001 Kumano in singularity is that even worse outcome? And you're responsible, Alco? I said I was sorry. There's nothing else I could do at the time. As much as Akko needs you to teach her to have a heart, Mash, we should save that for later. Let's focus on the present. So, this unidentified star that showed up in 1999, that happened in a singularity, right? Then Alco 1 sent this 1999 singularity to 2001, and 1999 ended without incident. I get all that, but then what happened to the Kumano Inn of May of 1999 after it was sent to the future? The historical record for that time should be blank. Bazet's document said as much, right? It also means that Kinomi and the other guests staying here at the time have no memory of that month. And now, this unidentified star incident that was going to happen in 1999 is happening now, in this year. I guess this is history's corrective power at work. It always tries to cause events to occur if they should have already happened. So then, if Alco was supposed to die every single time she tried to fend off that star, was that why she always heckin' died every single night, like next to the springs? So because this incident was pushed from 1999 to now, all the same factors from 1999 I've gathered here again. Which means, if this incident began 2 years ago with the same guest, then one of the guests here now must be the culprit. In other words, the person who called the star here, but who? Exactly! Lady Kashio was just under the Ox God's influence, and you guys already took care of that. So, doesn't that mean the star isn't gonna show up anymore? Good point. I'm sure Alco 1 came here looking for the culprit. But she got killed before she found them. The other Alcos may not have exactly known what was going on. But they must have thought that the secret springs granting a wish was the trigger, which is why they kept watch over them every morning. But it turned out that the 1-1 system was producing the doppelgangers, so they never realized what the star really is or the suspect were responsible for it. We're officially out of leads. Nope, there's still a suspect. Someone who fits that bill better than anyone else here by far. Adult Sojiro? Really? You can tell? Yeah, I don't usually like relying on the process of elimination, but in this case, that's the quickest way to arrive at the answer. First, let's get the timeline straight. You said Alco 1 came here from 2 years ago. Because this is when the star is supposed to emerge and destroy humankind, but why now, 2 years later? Obviously, because nothing happened until now, and until it did, there was nothing for her to find. To put it another way, it means this unidentified star requires 2 years to emerge. It probably takes that long to charge up or something, and that should have been true in 1999 as well. So if the star's first emergence was in 1999, that would mean whatever created the star happened 2 years before that, in 1997. Oh yeah, I didn't think about this since I can't send things to the past, but you're right. That brings us to our possible suspects and the inn's guests. Or the inn's guest. Each one had their own reasons, their own humble wishes for being here. But while those wishes may have triggered the 1-1 system that kept killing Aozaki every morning, they had nothing to do with the star. Which means we can eliminate every guest with a clearly known reason for being here from the list of suspects. So let's go over every guest and the reasons now. Kirby and Mash came here from Chaldea to repair this very singularity. They in turn summoned my assistant, for reasons I still don't understand, to help them. Then there's the eccentric... Then there's the eccentric who came for 1999 to save the world, and me, a detective who came to find a missing person despite usually rejecting such requests. There was Ishtaran, who wanted to become younger, Bazette, who ostensibly came here on work but was actually here for the Secret Springs. She came with Karen, who in turn wanted to see what would happen to Bazette. I won't publicly disclose Sugi Tiny Rainbow's objective here, but I'd say it's known fact by this point. Ryogi came here with her family to wish for a happy home life and to procure a new sword. Fujino was Ryogi's hired bodyguard, and Shiro came here to sell Ryogi the sword. Kuminoi might have seemed suspicious, but he was just an ordinary comedian, and Kashin was just the victim of unfortunate circumstance. And there you have it. Those are all the guests whose reasons for being here are clear. I still can't think of anyone whose reasons we don't know. That just leaves one person. Someone who has still yet to share what it is she's doing here. So tell us, Kuonji, what are you doing here? Oh, right. I didn't think anything of it at first, since you and Aozaki are close friends, but you were here at this inn from the very beginning. Aozaki is here from the future. You could say Sojiro was summoned here from the past. But you're from the present day. Friend or not, it makes no sense that you would have accompanied Aozaki here. You mean, you were here for your own reasons, Alice? I thought you came to help me. What a strange thing to say, Alka. Have I ever been the sort of person who would come to help a friend out of the goodness of my heart, despite not hearing from her for years? Ouch. Would it hurt you to sugarcoat it a little? Kuonji, nobody thought twice about why you might be here because we're all so used to seeing you and Aozaki together. But then I noticed a certain name on the hotel register from May 1st, 1997. Kuonji Alice. Which means you were right here. You were here right at the time when the unidentified star would have been planted to emerge 2 years later. It's time to fess up. You're the culprit, aren't you? I just came here to recover something I left behind, or rather what was stolen from me. 4 years ago, one of my ploy kickshaws went missing in this inn. Only one. Number 1 shiny star. It looks just like an ordinary gumball machine, except that it can grant a single wish. Oh. A missing ploy cakeshot which then went rampant, or which got activated somehow to then which brought about the end of the world. Or with however the wish worked out, I mean. Oh. The concept for the toy gumball machine was a box of wishing stars. The last witch was inspired to make it from a similarly styled gumball machine she happened to see on her way home from the grocery store. She was drawn to its novelty. Such things had long gone out of fashion, and it had clearly been a long time since anyone used it. She inserted a coin, turned the handle, and out popped a gumball with a hearty clunk. $2 a piece nowadays. There were so many different colors and flavors of gum inside, so the witch didn't get the kind she wanted. She then stood there for a moment, taking in the wonder of the situation. I got something completely different from what I was hoping for. It was like life itself. Life was full of moments like these. Struck by inspiration, the witch raced home and began making her idea into reality. She would fill her machine with many different wishes. She would gather many different stars. I want to be rich. I want friends. I want a lover. I want a pet dog. I want a job. I want a family. I want to improve. I want to pass my test. I want to get married. I want to be successful. I want to feel secure. I want to be loved. I want to do that last part over. I want to recover my losses. I want to get back the shine I lost. I want to forget that ever happened. There. Everything is now in place. One turn of the handle, and a wishing star candy will pop out. If it is the same as your dearest wish, the one you hold deep in your heart, If such a miracle were to take place, then that wish must surely be the #1 wish in the world. The witch named their toy with that concept in mind. Ploy Kickshaw Wishing Star Box. Only one. #1 shiny star. A tool for granting only one, your #1 wish. That's the Ploy Kickshaw I lost at the Kumano Inn 4 years ago. It's a personal wish granter. A box of wishing stars. So it's like a gacha machine, but for wishes? Gacha does have a novel ring to it. It's too bad I didn't know that term when I made it. This is no time to be regretting your naming decisions. That ploy is what's causing this, right? How could you lose something that dangerous? I can't even begin to describe how grossly negligent that was. Please refrain from slander. I told you it was stolen. Imagine getting a 1-star wish. Now imagine getting a 1-star wish and it was your #1 wish from the bottom of your heart. Whoa, whatever that might be. Because again, it only works if whatever you pulled matches what you feel deep down as your deepest within your heart of hearts #1 wish. This was back in 1997. I had to figure out what to do with all the ploys I didn't have use for anymore, or any more use for. My house was already over capacity with curses, so I couldn't store any more cursed objects there. Stop getting more cursed objects! But I also couldn't just throw things that dangerous in the trash. That's why I chose this mountain. At first, I stayed in a small cottage while I worked to dismantle them, but then I caught sight of this inn. Can you do a temple? Talk about a low bar. Hey Bryce. I decided to change venues to somewhere more relaxing, and it worked. The work went apace. I perfectly unraveled the cursed power holding the ploys together, and completely neutralized them. Then when I made my way back down the mountain, I made little stone shrines in various places and held memorial services of each of the ploys. Oh. Kinomi, you piece of shit. However, after I got back to my house, I checked my toolbox and realized I had an extra dismantling tool left over. I realized then that I must have lost one of the ploys before I could dismantle it, but I couldn't remember what it was. Looking back now, it seems clear that the ox god hiding in this inn's basement swiped it from me, and altered my memory so that I couldn't clearly recall what I had and hadn't dismantled. The ox god shows people's wishes in the form of their future, so it must have wanted the wishing star box as its new body. It makes sense that it would be drawn to another wish granter. The ox god may kill whoever it shows the future to, but that's not because it hates people. I think it just enjoyed granting people's wishes, and only kept producing new victims inadvertently. Wait, isn't that just killing for pleasure? Shush, Shizuki. I feel the same way, but now's not the time. So, you don't know where the wishing star box is either then, Alice? No, I don't. Now do you see? I did nothing wrong. I'm not responsible for the situation. That's not true, Miss Alice. What you meant to say was you can't take responsibility for it. Blah. Still, going back to what you said earlier. I don't remember much of May 1999. Oh wait, of May 1999 either. So I'm pretty sure I must have come here then too. For the purposes of this discussion, let's suppose that wishing star box somehow became activated in 1999. If around the start of that year, I'd heard that the Kumano Hot Springs business was booming, I would have remembered that a ploy was stolen from me there 2 years ago and gone to retrieve it. However, since I'm not used to climbing mountains, and I would have known it'd be dangerous, I wouldn't want to go alone. Which means there's a strong possibility I would have asked someone who is familiar with mountains to come along. Sojiro. Huh? But according to you, Aoko, that retrieval attempt must have failed. So I would have ended up defeated, and something must have gone wrong with the wishing star box. I see. So in 1999, you came here before I did to try and stop the star thing, but you failed. Now I finally understand why you're summoned here as a servant, Sojiro. You do? Why? The only reason it makes sense for you to be a servant now. He's dead. Is if you died on this mountain and were summoned to a spirit body. He died at some point in his life. Oh, sure. Anyway, at least now we've identified what the unidentified star is. Anything else we should know about the wishing star box? About Shiny Star, Alice. Because your mother's heirloom, Mindster ploys aside, I'm not too thrilled at how easily you were able to make something capable of destroying the world. This is just speculation on my part, but I think adding the Ox God's characteristics to it must have strengthened it. If so, then Shiny Star would gain more power with every wish granted. That's probably why there are 5 springs that grant their own wish. Let's say it goes up a grade every time it grants someone's wish and takes their life. You know how we often rate products and stores with a star system? You can think of this just like that. Every wish the Ox God Enhanced Shiny Star grants makes it go up a star rating. It granted 5, so now it has 5 stars. That must have been how it was able to defeat you so soundly back in 1999. Why do you look so proud of that? It defeated you too, didn't it? You know, I like the banter between Aoko and Alice and everything. With like the roasting that they going on between each other and everything. Like, at least with the early part or the prologue of like Mahoyo that I read earlier, like when you first encounter Alice and everything. Yeah, they have these kinds of back and forths a lot. It's so funny. But yeah, I actually did finish. Actually, no wait. Did they call it the prologue or did they call it chapter 1? Actually, wait. Let me re-verify that real quick. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. There is no prologue. They just straight up call it chapter 1. But yeah, I finished chapter 1 of Mahoyo last night. And yeah, the back and forth between Alice and Aoko, I like it a lot. It's really funny. You can tell they're close, well, sorta, kinda. But then, you know, it's just like the way they just kind of like how do I word it? I'm not sure how to like word the kind of like friendship they have, or however you would deem it, friendship. How did Aoko go from the Super Aoko drip to pair of jeans and Uniqlo white tee? Don't worry, the power, you don't question a magician's power. Oh, I get it, an SSR. SSR? Is that short for something? Don't worry about this, Sojiro. Oh, sorry, never mind that, Sojiro. That's just a little rem inside joke Senpai likes to make. Also, like, what was it? It kind of amused me quite a bit learning about Sojiro's, like, at least introductory background. Like, born and raised in a mountain village and everything, at least from what we can tell. Like, no electricity, no concept of, like, technology or basic society and shit. Like, you had to explain to that boy how the fuck a school works and a classroom. Like, I'm like, dear God, like, what kind of development has he had since, like, throughout all of Witch on the Holy Night to then be able to converse with us, like, normally-ish? Like, God. More importantly, if Shiny Star's rating is going up, that must mean you've learned to sound pretty rem yourself, Mash. So, 2 years ago in 1999, Shiny Star used the 5 secret springs to grant guest wishes and upgrade itself. At the time, Mazaki determined she wasn't able to stop it, and sent the whole singularity into the future. In doing so, she basically forced the 1999 Shiny Star into becoming a dud. So, it's an even worse cover-up than tampering with election results, but what's done is done. Let's say she made the right call. Yeah, you know politics was never my strong suit. My guess is Alka-1 knew there was no way she could stop the Shiny Star in that condition. She might not have known exactly how it worked, but from its characteristics and the way it attacked, she probably at least figured out that she had to stop it from granting wishes again. So she kicked the singularity down the road to the next time when the Shiny Star would appear, then went there herself to head it off. She must have been trying to lower its rating before she fought it again. That's why she said something like, nobody's getting the wish granted on my watch. So, Shiny Star granted 2 wishes, youth and annihilated stiff shoulders, which means its rating is 2 stars. Though, it could have been just 1 if a certain someone had exercised better judgment. Yeah, excuse me for wanting to treat myself for once. Still, the Shiny Star at a 2-star rating should be much weaker than the one Alka-1 faced in 1999. It could have been 1 star. So doesn't this mean that Alka's plan worked perfectly? Right, I'm glad you at least understand, Mash. Well, the fact that it's 2 stars must already imply that it's still obviously here and that we need to find it before it could... Like, instead of it being a 5-star threat, it's a 2-star threat, but a threat's still a threat. All we have to do now is destroy Shiny Star. In this case, we'll be well and truly closed. Of course, we still have to figure out where it is first, and I still have no idea. Hang on, there's one thing about this Shiny Star that isn't adding up for me. If it was granting wishes to upgrade its rating, then whose wishes was it granting? Was it just granting its own wish to improve its capabilities? Or was there someone else trying to make the Shiny Star stronger so that it can grant a bigger wish? That's an excellent point, Shizuki. You're exactly right. Shiny Star has no desires of its own. It only grants wishes for the people who activate it. Which means, someone must have been the first to turn its handle and get lucky with their wish. But to grant that wish, Deploy first had to upgrade its wish-granting capabilities, its star rating as we've been calling it. I bet that's also why these hot springs suddenly gained 5 secret ones that each granted a different wish. Whew, that's good to hear. How so? I don't see anything good about this. It means your ploy didn't start making trouble on its own. Just knowing that makes me glad it came here. I guess that's true. This would mean the real culprit is still at large. Someone at this inn must be holding on to the Shiny Star in secret. It won't do anything unless it's trying to grant someone's wish, which means someone must have it even now. I suspect you already have an idea who that could be, Kirby. Oh, that's amazing, Senpai! Please, tell us the answer then. Wait, I'm worried my knees... I'm worried my knees are going to give out under all the high hopes they're piling on me, Mash. I know how you feel, so I'll spare you the burden. The answer's pretty obvious. Shiny Star disappeared in 1997, right? So that must mean... That's right. There's only one other person here who was here in 1997. Kinomi. Ah! You were the one who invited me to stay here 4 years ago, weren't you? Ah, stop, please don't say anymore. I didn't steal it, I swear. I just found it in my room after you left. Kenobi! It was you? It was me! It was me, Barry. No, I'm just kidding. But you can't blame me. How was I supposed to know that toy was so dangerous? Well, it is. Now hurry up and hand it over. Once we destroy these hot springs, we'll finally be safe. Okay, I'll go get it. No, you motherfucker. You show us where it is. We're not gonna let you touch it. So, it was all Kenobi, huh? No, wait. Maybe that's not quite right. He did say he just found it in his room. What do you think, Kuonji? World-destroying gumball machine. I mean, if you turn that handle and you had that #1 wish at the bottom of your heart going, man... I mean, no, I don't think it was exactly like... Actually, it was like a certain wish that kept generating the energy that facilitated the world's end, but it wasn't like a direct wish to end the world. So then, because it needed to keep fulfilling that specific kind of thing, it just kept going and going until there was nothing left. Or I think that's what they explained earlier, right? Or did I misinterpret that? Sorry. I believe him. Even if the Ox God or someone it was possessing stole shiny stuff from my room, wishing for infinite gumballs, it wouldn't have any wishes of its own. It just likes to grant other people's wishes. So someone nearby would have had to be the one to activate Shiny Star. Kenobi must have been the perfect patsy, since he just started living here after the last owner took a liking to him. That being said, what now? Is there still something nagging at you? I still don't understand how this happened. Shiny Star was a failure. Whew, man, I'm Bush. Here, part of me hates to see it go, but this is it, right? So, this is only one #1 Shiny Star. That was surprisingly easy. I was expecting you to put up more of a fight, Kenobi. The Kumino Wind's welfare comes first. Anyway, you said this will stop the world from ending, right, Prez? Oh, that's right. On that note, you have my word. Thank you, Kenobi. In the end, we couldn't have done this without you. Oh, so what'd you wish for when you turned the handle anyway? I'm not telling you that. Huh? Wait, Alko, let me see that. I knew it. Wanwan is in here, or rather the stuff that created it. The Ox God must have kept a part of itself inside Shiny Star so it can still function as Wanwan, even if its main body was gone. Shiny Star must have already been half Wanwan. Fucking immediate Kingdom Hearts Ash flashbacks of like, I'm already half Xehanort. Shiny Star's already half Wanwan. Oh, I can't take like when people I can't take like writing seriously when they saying like this is half something. I just immediately think back to Kingdom Hearts 3 with that fuck ass writing. Roxas' Sora with an X. I mean, no, that's a completely different thing. Like the whole Xehanort thing is this whole can of worms. Wanwan is such a silly name already. Yeah. Damn, seriously? Is this all because I made up that name a legend? It just picked up on something you said, Kenobi. If it hadn't been Wanwan, it would have been something else. Cup. Donald Duck voice. It's your father. However the fuck you do his voice. Anyway, this means we'll need to finish exercising Wanwan first. Let's go to the room with no opening. We should be able to get rid of Wanwan once and for all if we bring Shiny Star to the Omnipotent Spring. After that, I'll let you decide what to do next, Alko. Whatever you choose, I won't stop you. You know, if there's one like combat voice line that always sticks out in my head whenever I think about Kingdom Hearts, it's always just Goofy. With like whenever like I think someone gets heavily damaged or he uses a specific move, he's always like in the distance in like the far end of the arena or some shit going, "Somebody come quick," or something like that in like the Goofy voice. Like, no matter like what state the hecking battle is in, I just keep thinking about like how Goofy is just like in that corner just yelling for someone to assist or something. I'll take the lead and let you know if I find any dangerous protrusions along the way. I never thought I'd be going down this pit again. Back into the pit. I know what you mean. No wonder they say whatever happens twice happens thrice. I swear, how does life always find a way to make you repeat the things you least want to do? Damn it, I told the director I didn't want to host any more food shows countless times. It looks like everyone made it down safely. I'll go next. Guess we should go down too. Want to go first, Alice? No, you go first. That way, you can catch me if I slip and fall. Oh, why are you acting so scared? If you're that afraid, maybe I should just scoop you up and jump down. Hey, Alko, what made you think Shizuki died here? It's not like you saw it happen, right? Well, no. I probably didn't even see his body, but I can still tell how he must have died. There's only one way a guy who I could easily see surviving a world-shattering meteorite could end up dead. He died protecting you. Oh. I see. If that's what you think, maybe you're right. Oh, huh. Okay, I'm ready. Let's get this over with. Hand shiny star to me, Alko. Here you go. So, what are you gonna do with it? Good question. What do you think I'm going to do with it, Kirby? Alice? Submerge it? Correct. I can see how your Chaldean mages were able to repair so many singularities. You really know your stuff. Huh? You're putting it in the water? Wait, won't it rust? For that matter, if the hot water gets inside. It's Wanwan! Tsukiji Hosuke! Please stand back! It's okay. I can handle this myself. Wanwan disappeared! What was that? Its last lingering traces or something? That's right. The springs grant wishes by appearing as the Wishmaker, remember? What you just saw was the future. The wish of the remains of Wanwan itself that were still hiding in Shiny Star. Of course, now that its body is gone, I was able to defeat it easily, since it no longer had any power. I also now understand why I had trouble fighting back against the devil in the reference room. It's because Shiny Star was jamming other ploys. Essentially, it was putting up a kind of field that kept lesser ploys from working. So, say, does this mean the name Wanwan is... Oh right, I heard someone saying Wanwan, or Wanwan in a dream, and decided to borrow it for Wanwan's name. So, all we have to do now is shut down the ploy Kickshaw. I hate to destroy such a beautiful object though. Is that really the only way to stop it? I'm afraid so. I still don't know how it got activated in the first place, so our only choice is to dismantle it. What is it, Aozaki? Is there something else you haven't told us? There actually is. There's something all of you should know. Once we destroy Shiny Star and the world is safe again, I'll end up going back to my original time, and the singularity will disappear. The Kumano Wind will then go back to being the same peaceful inn it was before, aside from all the hauntings anyway. At the same time, it'll be as if the 1999 singularity never happened, since I'm the one keeping the two singularities linked. That means the world-ending threat in 1999 will go away. And destroying Shiny Star here in 2001 will prevent that threat from ever arising here too. That's great. Makes this whole investigation worthwhile. Now I can finally go home. However, it also means that Sojiro's death will become permanent. Not everything that happens in a singularity goes away, even when space-time is repaired. People who die in a singularity will still be treated as if they died at that time, even after the singularity is repaired. Oh. Facts are always made to line up regardless of how they happened. If you die in the singularity, if you die in real life. I mean, pretty much. So, you're saying destroying Shiny Star here won't change the fact that I died at the Kumano Wind in 1999? Which means that I'll officially have died in 1999 in exchange for closing the case now? That's right. It's the surest way to keep the world safe. No, thank you. Well, what about my safety? Isn't there any other way? I don't know. Is there any other way? Doesn't seem likely. There is. Since the reason Shizuki died in 1999 was because he got caught up in this whole incident. If we destroy Shiny Star and repair the singularity before he dies, we can save the world and his life. How so? You said he already died, right? Not necessarily. Sojiro died inside a singularity, which means that as long as he's still alive when the singularity ends, the facts will still line up. It's not too late to go back to 1999 either. The only thing keeping the singularity in 2001 is me. Oh, so she's gonna literally and proverbially kick back the singularity from 2001 back into place in 1999 to then stop him from fucking dying and then have our happy ending. If I just undo the lock, it'll automatically go back in time 2 years ago. At the same time, I can set our own timeline to when that singularity begins. Then, all we need to do is destroy Shiny Star before Alice and Sojiro show up, while its damage can still be contained. So on that note, I have a request to make. I'm sorry, but is it okay if we go back to 1999? Hell yeah, it is! So basically, what Aoko's saying is, we're safe scumming. Yes, please. Okay, if we're gonna do this, let's do it, but what are we gonna find when we get back to 1999? I'd like to say it would be an unbelievable sight, but the truth is, the moment I cut off my magic energy holding the singularity in 2001, we'll be back in 1999. The singularity back then was something of a disaster zone, so I can't guarantee your safety. Once we get there, find some big rocks to hide behind and look for Shiny Star. The rest of us will take it from there. Between me, Alice, and Between me, Alice, Kirby, and Mash, I think we stand a good chance. And this time, we'll have another advantage. Remember how two of the same thing can't exist at the same time? Well, when we bring the 2001 2-star Shiny Star back to the same time as the 1999 5-star Shiny Star, the two Shiny Stars will combine, and the 5-star one will be detuned to 2 stars. Oh, so it's like an overwrite. Okay. So that's why you didn't let it grant many wishes. That's right. Aoko one couldn't tell what she was up against, but she still figured out a way to weaken it. Oh, this is great! Sounds like we got everything going for us. Alright then, let's get going. I want to see this world of wishes come true for myself. Not me. You all go on without me. What if their logic was flawed and it upgraded to a 7-star? We got some like Disgaea ass like timeline levels of leveling it of like what was it? Some Disgaea style of leveling up timelines. So you have like a 2-star, 5-star timeline. You kick the 2-star onto the 5-star instead of downgrading it. You additively bump it up to a 7-star, and you were like, shit. The universe works on a Disgaea logic and not like a save overwrite. It's like, well, damn. You think we can go to the Demon Council and have them pass a bill to lower the star rating of the shiny star then? Huh? Why are you raining on our parade, Your Highness? This is the battle to protect the world and save your friend's life, right? Why are you getting cold feet now? Are you that scared of dying? Of course I am, jackass! I don't want to keep my wife waiting for me any longer. Huh? You're married, Your Highness? Even though we all swore we'd be lifelong bachelors when we were in school? I'm sorry, Sojiro. I promised her I'd get back safely, so I can't go with you any further. My detective work is done, and I'm sure you all can take it from here. Don't give it a second thought, and congrats, Tobimaru. The slight blush. Thanks. Feels weird having you congratulate me twice, but I appreciate it. You know, on that topic and all, like, I actually started watching a anime called Marriage Toxin with some friends of mine. Like, I had no expectations of, like, what the heck the premise was even about when my friend showed it, but now, like, I can't wait to see the next episode. Like, it seems so interesting. You just have, like, a professional assassin whose specialty is poison killings and everything, but then because of, like, family issues, he has to basically get hitched. Like, he has to get married, or basically disaster and all that. But because he just spends so much of his life born and raised just making poisons and assassinating through poisoning, he has like 0 social skills. So I'm like, you know what? The show's pretty cool. So like, you think you would have to force the issue in order to pass that one? Just hope no powerful demons show up. So, who's the lucky lady? I'm sure my adult self knows, but I don't. Oh, you've met. I'll introduce you over the phone sometime. Well, that clears up that mystery. The reason you went to the old building at 6 on the dot every evening was so that you could call your wife in Tokyo and tell her you were gonna be home soon? Go to hell! Forget this traitor, Shizuki. When this is all done, you should quit your job at his agency. Sorry, Tobimaru, but that's not happening. You're too involved to turn back now. Since you all know what's going on, you're all going back to 1999 with me, whether you want to or not. Huh? Wait, that's why you opened up with an apology? So, you knew this would happen when you explained the situation to us. I sure did. I knew you'd catch on quick, Tobimaru. Even 10 years later, you're still the best vice president I could ask for. Hey Wiz, how you doing? Slated the Blake copy possible of poison. Yeah, pretty much. Like, he knows every little bit there is about, like, poison, at least from what we can tell. And how dedicated he is to, like, his craft of poisons and how he executes his missions and everything. But yeah, like, basically because of, like, family drama stuff that gets explained in the episode, he's like, alright, you gotta get married and produce an heir. And he's like, well, shit. But yeah, like, it's a pretty cool premise for, like, the show and everything. I really like it. Like, at least first impressions and everything. There's only one episode right now. There's also another show that a friend of mine also introduced to me and my friends, like, oh, fuck, what was it called again? No, not Witch Hat Atelier. That was the other night that we watched the first 2 episodes. Marriage Toxin and... what was the other show? Okay, hold on. I'm actually kind of want to look this up real quick. What was the other show that's airing right now? This season. No, Marriage Toxin. Oh, where the heck is it? I forget what it's called. Cause like, wait, I remember seeing 2 episodes last night. What was the other show? Marriage Toxin. And then there was... It has to be this season. No, not Needy Girl Overdose. That was some more nights ago. Oh, it was a show called oh, it's the rom-com, klutzy class monitor and girl with a short skirt. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, seems okay so far. Alright. Okay, stop here. This is where I'm going to undo the lock keeping the singularity in 2001. Once I do, our surroundings should immediately snap back to 1999 like a rubber band. It can be pretty disorienting, so if any of you get motion sick easily, you might want to close your eyes. You know, if she's gonna kick us back 2 years, we should just do what March does whenever we, like, do a hyper jump to a new planet. And just try to like keep our eyes open and stay and remain standing throughout the process to see if we can bear it and like not lose our balance. It's like, okay, if you're gonna kick us back 2 years, I want to see with my own eyes what's gonna happen. Like, can you like try to imagine what the view could possibly even be like if the surrounding region gets kicked, like, at least from how Alco words it, kicked back literally 2 years. Are you sure this is a good place? Oh, I'm sure. Nobody ever comes here, right? This is the same spot I jumped to when I came here too. Bet it's not much different than a ray shift. Maybe, but with extra physical force. I see, so this is where Alco's 2 and onwards have been arriving from. Oh crap, I know I was totally on board with this, but I'm starting to get cold feet. I mean, we're gonna be time traveling in 1999, right? Are we gonna be okay? Or what if we just up and die? I know Prez has always been fine with stuff like this. But Kirby, Mash, and even Vice Prez are acting like we're just running to the store or something. You get used to it. Me, Kinomi. Who said that? Oh, it's you, Alice. I'm not scared, okay? I've just got you know, pre-battle jitters. Really, that's all. I mean, us supporting characters gotta make sure we don't mess things up for the main cast, right? I see. I never once considered you a supporting character myself. I'd say you're an extra at best. Damn. But never mind that. I wanted to talk to you before we go. I've been thinking about how this happened and I can't come up with a single answer. As far as I can tell, it should be impossible to activate Shiny Star. It was a complete failure. There is a huge hole in the plot, There is a huge hole in the plot needed to work as a fairy tale. What kind of hole? It's right in the name, only one and number one. The ploy grants wishes that are only one of their kind. It sounds good in theory. Everyone wants to believe their number one wish is like no other. Oh, that's why it's only one. But that's not the case. Every person's number one wish is the same as everyone else's. There's no such thing as a number one wish that's also only one of its kind. I want to be successful. I want to be promoted. I want a lover. I want to bring someone back to life. The world is chock full of wishes like that. They're as commonplace as the stars in the sky. That's why a shiny star should never actually shine, because there's no such thing as a special one-of-a-kind wish. Well, Alice, if you ever learned about the field of programming, you should learn about the very concept of edge cases. Edge cases exist for a reason. Because somebody has to think of it. Somebody gonna stumble upon that one-of-a-kind scenario. And you don't want to be caught with your pants down without a way to bail yourself out of that error, should that happen. You want to win every 500, 550? Damn. You want to win like 5 times as hard. A QA engineer walks into a bar, orders a beer, orders 0 beers, orders 999999999 beers, orders a lizard -1 beer, orders a first real customer walks in, asks where the bathroom is, the bar bursts into flames, killing everyone. Yeah, like you focus so much on like the whole drinks part of the bar, it's like, oh yeah, there should be a bathroom function in the bar. Well, shit. And then the program breaks. You wish to be Aqua's support for her chest during battle. Like I'm just like, oh wait, whoops. I'm just visualizing like any characters who's like, or any like stacked characters whose shirt is just hanging on by a thread, like that Spider-Man meme of him like holding the webs together to like like slow down the trains, like that's gonna be you for all eternity, like being that support. Forever like strained to hold it together, like your life depends on it, like Spider-Man. The strongest support anyone could ever hope for. Alright, so I'm going to ask you again, Kinomi. What is it you wished for? I'm not saying. Too weak for that. I see Alice and Kinomi are talking alone. Probably about the wish. You mean the one Kinomi made? Right? I'm surprised he's not even telling Alice, though. I'm not sure I've ever seen him dig his heels in like that. He's probably just sulking. Real heartfelt wishes aren't the kind of thing you usually go around telling others about. He's embarrassed and trying to save face. But never mind him. Are you done yet? I get that if we don't hurry... Oh, wait. I get that we don't need to hurry if we're going back in time, but there's no sense taking longer than necessary either. I know. I just finished setting the coordinates, so all I have to do now is let go. Okay, everyone, get over here. Once you close your eyes and count to 3, we'll be back in 1999. It won't make any difference, but if you're nervous, you can hold hands. Is everyone ready? Go for it. Okay, beginning regression canal singularity. Get ready to party at the Kumano Hot Springs like it's 1999 again. Do we make it? It's time for peak. Oh, it can't be that bad. Yeah, see? Everything's perfectly normal. Oh, hey, there's story 9, but I think we can just go along with the thing here, right? Let me double check the walkthrough. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we don't need to. We can do the free quest later. Go back to 2010. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a specific year that we'll look back at fondly with rose tinted glasses that we wish we would go back to? Fill the machine with many wishes. Gather many stars. One turn of the handle and a wishing star candy will pop out. If it is the same as your dearest wish, the one you hold deep in your heart. If such a miracle were to take place, then that wish must surely be the #1 wish in the world. The witch named her toy with that concept in mind. Ploy Kickshaw, wishing star box, only one, #1 shiny star. A tool for granting only one, your #1 wish. It wasn't until later that the witch admitted it was a failure. There is no such thing as the only one, #1 wish in the world. There are countless earnest, precious wishes in this world. There's simply no way that any one person's wish could be #1. Not to mention, it's impossible to rank wishes in the first place. So really the whole concept fell apart the moment the stars shining in the sky were likened to wishes. Hello, human. I'm the fairy tale that took a residence on this mountain. I never had a name before. But now, you can call me only one #1 shiny star. Please, tell me your wish so I may grant it. Tell me your #1 wish. A wish that's the only one of its kind in the whole world, and one you can never take back. It can be a wish you just thought of now, or one you've been keeping secret for a long time. Huh? Well, okay. Wishes usually are... wait. Well, wishes are usually something you think of on the spot. Huh. I could be rich, or popular, or a ladies' man, but no, those don't seem right. Sure, I like those things, but they're not important. One time I did a fasting bit for a variety show that became a huge hit. My pay went up, I got to move into a real nice apartment. But then I had to do the same bit over and over, and I was like, if this is the success train, I want to get off, you know? So like, I wouldn't know what to do with my money if I was rich. Being popular would make other people hate me. And if I was a ladies' man, I wouldn't be able to really make them happy. So, I don't think any of those wishes are my #1. I see. Please tell me your wish, so I may grant it. Man, you don't back down, do you? I like that. Alright, if you want my #1 wish, I think it'd be... just once, I'd like to have the... Wait, I'd like to... Wait, I'd like... to have the... Huh. Nah, who am I kidding? There's probably a ton of other people with that wish, so that's not gonna work either. Congratulations, my search has not found any identical results. You know me. It seems that wish is the only one of its kind in the world. Huh? Your wish will be granted. I promise I will make it the #1 wish. It's easy to make only one thing It's easy to make one thing the #1 thing. I've learned a lot from humans over the past 500 years. My name is only one, #1 shiny star. I will become a shining star and grant your wish. Wait. Oh. let's go screw with this one. So does she have to be on the front? No. Although I would assume this Alco would get special buffs, and I probably shouldn't have Ibuki here. So they just put Tamamo here. Let's clear the essences real quick to make this easier. And then probably 2030. Then mash. You can listen to this all night. I mean, it is kind of nice having like some kind of like ambient environmental noises just kind of going in a way. Cataclysmic ASMR. Yeah! Are these really the Kumano hot springs? Those shooting stars are beautiful, but I can't believe it. How could it have interpreted the wish so violently? There's enough magical energy in the air to rival the Age of Gods. Humans cannot operate in this environment. My master should be okay thanks to her Mystic Code's life preservation systems, but Tsukiji and Hosuke will be... okay? Yes, they're alright. There may not be any oxygen, water, or sunlight here, but there doesn't need to be. We're in a fairy tale world now. As long as you don't push yourselves too hard, regular humans can still operate here. Keep your actions to a bare minimum. If you get injured, it'll be over for you. You don't gotta tell me twice not to be a hero. We're here to just offer advice, or maybe be cheerleaders? Stopping Shiny Star is your job. Kinomi and I would stay here and... Kinomi? No way. This is a disaster. Never mind losing the end, this could destroy all of Japan. For that matter, how the hell did that wish lead to this? Kinomi, I'm pretty sure everyone at the inn managed to evacuate. When Shiny Star activated, Akumanoi and Yoshisuke must have sensed the danger. Or rather, panicked when he couldn't find a way to stop it and hurried everyone down the mountain. Really? Am I actually that competent? No, brother. Of course you are. There's no one better than you at getting as far away from danger as possible. How many times have you tried to minimize the damage for something you wouldn't get in too much... Wait. For something so you wouldn't get in too much trouble? Oh yeah, you're right. Way to go, 1999 me! So, now what? Also, what are those lights swirling around up there? Those are earthbound stars. As opposed to stars in outer space, they're light shiny star itself called here. When those stars are no longer visible, that's when Shiny Star will become complete. It'll be a ploy kick shot even more powerful than the Mindsless 3 miracles, like the flat snark or the Thames troll. Are you serious? You're not just trying to scare us. Wait, it'll be even stronger than the Wander Snatch? We can't let that happen. True, but we still have some time. How does this light compare to the one you saw, Alco? The magical energy wind in Alco 1's footage was stronger than this. She couldn't even get within 50 meters of it. Then we know it's been detuned. Enough that we can at least get closer to it now. Tsukiji, Kinomi, you two stay here. The wind looks like it's blowing from the center of the crater. Is everyone ready to fight? Then let's go. Don't hold anything back. The moment is in range, destroy it with everything you've got. Oh. It's shining so bright. Huh? Sheba stopped observing? What in the world is happening around that star? Aozaki? It's nothing. Come on, let's go get it. Summon your servants, Kirby. We've had lots of time to prepare, and we got plenty of firepower on our side. Failure is not an option. Don't worry about the nearby lights. They're harmless. Just focus on attacking the star. Don't get discouraged, even if weird things start happening. Alright, we'll be careful. How weird are things gonna get? Oh, and it's considered a grand battle. Wish register. Wait, it has evasion? Oh wait. And reduce attack damage to 0. Immune to all debuffs 10. Oh. The attack won't go through! Evaluating denied. Interpreting denied. Deliberating denied. Gonna ask me to twinkle twinkle little star. Wait, why can't we actually do anything when we get near that star? I fear the worst when I saw that Sheba had stopped observing this vicinity, and it looks like I was right. Space-time no longer has any meaning near Shiny Star. There's no past, no future, no success, no failure. Everything is simply listed as recorded, no change. As if the recorded universe itself was rejecting it. What? But this kind of phenomenal manipulation would require a spirit origin on par with a real star. Where could Shiny Star possibly be getting that much magical energy? There. It's absorbing the magic energy from the other stars in the sky. Those are wishes. Shiny Stars drawing in wishes from people all around the world. Isn't that right, Alice? To make the one-of-a-kind wish into the number one, the Shiny Star resorted to to the worst possible means. Usually, it would be impossible to make one small wish the number one wish on this planet. But if all the other wishes were to go away, if the one small wish was the only wish left in the world, it would become number one by default. That's what all those shooting stars are. The Shiny Stars gathering up every other wish from all of humankind, rejecting them as not number one and turning them into stardust. I want to cure my father's illness. Denied. I want to save the poor. Denied. Let me stay here just for one more day. Denied. Oh shit. We have to stop it as soon as possible. So then, the world isn't going to end because of that... Wait. The world isn't going to end because that magical energy wind destroys everything. It's going to end because humankind will die off once all their wishes are gone. Looks that way. Of course, I had the same thought, that I had to do whatever it took to stop it. But it didn't make any difference. Even though it's been detuned, we still can't get through to it, whether it's with a fist or words. Damn it, I made the wrong call. Just stopping it from granting wishes wasn't enough. It's not like you to be so faint-hearted, Alco. You sound as if you really did come from a future where one person's wish ruined the whole world. Yes, deploy Kickshot deploying its rules is invincible, but that's only because it's following its own rules. Shiny Star activated on a wish that was the only one of its kind in the world. That's the core powering this messed up fairy tale world. But, if that core goes away, the Wishing Star Box will go back to being another third-rate ploy. So, you need to find a way to deny the condition enabling it to operate. It doesn't matter what that way is. So like, you want Kinomi to take back his wish? You mean that's all we had to do? The only problem is neither you nor I can move from here, or we won't be able to keep that magical energy when contained. Tobimine and Kinomi would be vaporized instantly. Then it's a good thing we have them here. Shizuki, Kirby, go talk to Kinomi. I'll cover you as best as I can. Mash, can you stay here and keep the magical energy wind at bay? Of course. Leave it to me. Wait, you can use your play kickshots here? Yes, as long as they're more valuable than the shiny star. It looks like I have just one ace left one ace that fits that bill. I'm going to send out the Wander Snatch. The mist won't last long in the storm, but it'll still have my folklore defense. That should slow down the shiny star's growth, but it won't last long. So you need to settle this before I completely turn to mist. You and Mash are gonna hold the line here? Got it. Then I'll go get Kinomi to take back his wish, even if I have to force it out of it. I can't believe you, Alco. Don't you see? If you try that, it'll really be game over. Huh? Wait, why is that? Even if you could force someone to rescind a heartfelt wish, it would just be empty words. Nothing's going to change with Shiny Star unless and until Kinomi rescinds his wish and means it. Now do you understand? You stay here and remain on offense. Shiny Star is sure to take notice once Kirby gets close to Kinomi. So you're going to need to stay here and fight it one-on-one to make sure it doesn't. You'll be risking your life to act as a decoy, but you've already died lots of times here, so what's one more? Okay. The magical energy wind is getting even stronger. Master! You heard them, Sojiro. Let's go talk to him. Oh, that was close. Thanks. Of course I'm going to make sure you're safe. Anyway, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. I think I got over half of what Aozaki and Koonji were talking about. I understand that we need to stop the shiny star or the whole Earth will be in trouble. I also get that it might not be so easy because Kinomi's surprisingly stubborn and refusing to help. So I was thinking, if this new plan just doesn't work, let's go back to the old one. You mean the plan to destroy Shiny Star in 2001, but then you'd... Yeah, that one. You said you're originally from 2019, right? So, once your work is done, I'd like you to promise me you'll visit the Koonji estate at least once a year in my absence. Sojiro. Don't tell anyone else, okay? Anyway, let's just focus on convincing Kinomi to help us. So please, Kinomi, tell us what you wish for. No way. Motherfucker. The world will end. The world will fucking end. Dude, this fucking guy, I hate him so much. Bro, What do you mean? We're literally fighting for our lives because of his fucking mistake. What are you sulking about, especially at your age? Like, don't you get the whole world's going to end unless you tell us? I'm not saying. Konomi, I promise we won't laugh no matter what kind of wish it is. Must be really embarrassing. Like, so embarrassing that, like, he'd end the whole fucking world out of his stubbornness to not tell. Like, what a piece of shit. It's not even his fault. He has the power to actually give us, like, he actually has the power to actually help us prevent absolute disaster. It doesn't matter if, like, the initial start of this whole situation wasn't exactly his fault, but it will be if he keeps shutting the hell up about what is over his embarrassment. I'm still not saying. Besides, look around. There's no way I could be responsible for this kind of disaster. Oh, and now you're just avoiding responsibility, you piece of shit. Sure, I get the feeling I talked to Wanwan in a dream once, but how could that possibly lead to this? I'm just a regular handsome innkeeper who used to be a comedian and just wants to enjoy every day. Alice and the Prez will figure something out. We can just hide out here and cheer them on. I didn't want to have to do this, but... Oh. A bakery? Oh shit. Wait. Actually, wait. Oh man, wait. Oh, actually, which option do I choose here? Although, although I can see number 2, if like you really just want the ordeal calls to freaking end so we can just go to Antarctica. I mean, honestly. Bakery. My wish is to open a bakery with the person I love. I see. That's a great goal. I appreciate you telling us that, even though it made you blush. But that wish has nothing to do with mine. I didn't wish for anything nearly so admirable. I'm just plain old Konomi Hosuke. Just carry me to a graveyard and bury me with the rest of the planet. Open a bakery with Masha and Lilith. Oh boy. Alright, you leave me no choice. I'll just have to break an arm or two until you fess up. No, Ozaki already thought of that, and apparently it won't work. It's okay, I thought this might happen seeing how it's Konomi and all. We'll just have to do this a different way. Kirby, you can still reach Ozaki, right? Ask her to go back to 2001 and destroy the wishing star box there. Then this will be all over. Soju... I can't take this anymore. You got me so distracted that I let that explosion hit me. Nobody's gonna make fun of your wish, you idiot. We're not gonna reject it, or even scold you for it. If this wish is that important to you, we just want to know what it is, because we're friends. Now hurry up and tell us already. What did you wish for? I just wanted to become number 1. That's all there was to it. Her? Oh. I had spent 2 years running my own variety show on my hometown's local network, and another 2 working in Tokyo after I made enough of a name for myself. As a comedian, I was a reliable source of ratings. Of course, it helped that it was my dream job, but I was also lucky that a big agency took me under its wing. And that my show on the local network managed to become weirdly popular. My older colleagues didn't care for me, but so what? I'm used to being looked down on and underestimated. Besides, it's true that I'm a soft touch. I'm too easy on myself, I hate adversity, and I cry at the drop of a hat. I figured I could never match with anyone who put in real effort, or rather, it would be unthinkable if I did. All I ever wanted was to enjoy myself. AD temp! Man, I love how easygoing your segments are, Yoshisuke. Nobody's on edge, and even the guests who hate each other are behaving. I became an AD because I always wanted to be in showbiz, but I started having second thoughts when I found out how it dashes hopes and dreams. But your improvised life segments were... Oh, wait. Where we're always flying by the seat of our pants are exactly... Wait. But your improvised life segments where we're always flying by the seat of our pants are exactly the kind of thing I've always dreamed of doing. The only part about working with you, The only part about working with you that kinda sucks is how bad the catered lunches are. My appeal was that I never took anything seriously. I could make anything, at least kinda fun. So I can't blame other people for looking at me and thinking I was an irresponsible slacker. Cock Robin does what it wants, bird of. You don't question the Cock Robin. From their perspective, I was way more popular than I deserved, made a good living off of it, and I still only ever ate convenience store food. I was all ready to accept that I just let the wind take my life wherever it wanted, until people got bored of me. The first time I saw her was pure coincidence. She just happened to be performing on a tiny stage in the department store where I was doing my shopping. Her name was Mizushima Masago, which didn't exactly roll off the tongue. Her looks, singing, and dancing were all okay at best. And yet, there was just something about her that drew me in. Maybe it's because I was feeling stuck myself. Watching her made me want to do something to help. Not as Kumanoe Yoshisuke, but Kinomi Hosuke. As I watched her perform, I realized something else about her. She had no stamina at all. She physically didn't have what it took to be an idol. I'm no swan myself, but I've been in showbiz long enough to know that the brighter a world shines, the harder, lonelier, and emptier it is behind the scenes. Still, I cheered her on. I supported her as best as I could. But without any connections to the idol industry, she never caught the eye of anyone who could help her break out. So basically, Suna, aw. One day our paths happened to cross when we were both booked to perform at an amusement park show. She said she'd never been to an amusement park before, so I suggested we ride the Ferris wheel during our break. Don't worry, nobody's going to care if you're stealing with me. I'm the industry's laughingstock. Whatever happens, they'll just write me off as a joke and that'll be that. When you get right down to it, I'm just a dumb comedian. As long as people laugh at me, my job is done. I've never laughed at your banter, Yoshisuke. Damn, really? Man, having a cute girl tell you you're not funny right to your face really hurts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I mean that your banter always cheers me up. You're not trying to make people laugh. Most comedians seem like they just want to make people laugh and that's all, but not you. It's more like you'd rather the world be one where you can laugh. That's why you work so hard to That's why you work so hard to get to where you are now. It's not that you're fine with being laughed at, you just care more about being able to laugh yourself. What makes you think that? I guess because I'm the same way. I'm not actually that confident in myself. If I'm being honest, I think this whole idol business is messed up. I mean, it truly is. But I love having other people hear my voice. That's what helps me keep going with my singing and dancing, even though I'm not that good at either of them. Whether you're an idol or a comedian, it's hard being in showbiz, isn't it? It might look fun, but pretending to have fun when you're not, well, that's just really sad, don't you think? That was the first and last time we spoke. It was also when I stopped personally supporting her. I didn't feel like I was worthy to support someone like her, and I also didn't want to let anything slip if we ever met on set again. I'm sure she would succeed eventually, I really was, but it never happened. Huh, why has the script been why has the script been rewritten? Did something happen today? Oh, you haven't heard yet, Yoshisuke. There's a girl who collapsed on stage and died at the hospital. What was her name again? Mizushima something? They said she's always been kind of sickly. That was when I learned that Masago had weak kidneys and had to do dialysis several times a week since she was little. They said she died from exhaustion, but it wasn't long before I heard all kinds of nasty stories about her. I would have just as soon remained ignorant of. But never mind them, they're not worth telling. Once she was gone, all Masago left behind was 3 singles and a few recordings of her concerts taken with cheap cameras. I got so fed up with the whole thing that I left showbiz and went off the grid for a while, until I ended up at the Kumano Inn and hit it off with the previous owner. I enjoyed working at the inn more than I thought. Sometimes we'd even get guests I never expected to see. Oh. So the posters around the inn were of... Oh. We're just about to have a cure for at least one form of kidney failure nowadays. Things were different back in, what was it? What year was it again? Like 1997? But, yeah. Then one day, Wan spoke to me, said to tell him my wish so he could grant it. I didn't know if I was dreaming or awake, and I didn't care. Once he said that, all the feelings I kept bottled up came pouring out. So I told him. I told Wan exactly what I've been wishing for. I didn't ask for anything impossible, like bringing her back to life. I just wanted her to be the top idol in the world at least once. Hell, lots of times if I'm being honest. You wish for a dead person to be the top idol in the world, so I mean... At that point, yeah, the only default way would be to basically kill... Oh shit. And I still want that, even now. I sometimes dream of her taking first place on the charts and in competitions. But that's a super common dream. There's no way it could be the only one of its kind, like Wan said it had to be. So I figured Wan would just sigh in disappointment and go away, but instead... Congratulations! It seems that wish is the only one of its kind in the world. Oh, damn. So that would also imply, like, no matter how many times Mizushima tried to sing and release her own songs, like, she essentially had, like, 0 genuine supporters that wanted the best or anything from her. Oh my god. You wonder if only one #1 shiny star was lying? Yeah, maybe. But if we kind of take it at face value for, like, if it's only the one wish of its kind, that would imply he's the first and last and only supporter for Mizushima. That makes it even more sad. Wait. If it denies every other wish like that wish, it would become the only one like it. Yeah, I don't know. What? Are you kidding me? The only one of its kind in the whole damn world? I'm the only one? Not a single other person still remembers her songs? She was so lonely, but she still worked so hard, and she made some beautiful music. But you're telling me not a single damn person in the world wanted to see her succeed? You're wrong. That can't be true. No way in hell. Tell me it ain't true. So there you go. That's what I wished for. Now do you get it? Even if the world really is in danger, there's nothing I can do. I can't lie and say I was just kidding and ask to take that wish back now. Even now I still want to see her be #1. Now I see. You weren't climbing up out of self-preservation. You did it because you were angry. Kinomi, your wish. Your anger. I could have rejected even if I wanted to. Yeah, this is about how you feel. Nobody can deny how people feel about these kinds of things. Deliberating, denied. Deliberating, denied. Deliberating, denied. Deliberating, denied. This wish is still the only one of its kind. This is still the #1 wish. Just once, I like Mizushima Masago to have the most popular song in the world. This wish was not made out of self-interest. This wish was not made for calculated purposes. This wish was not made to satisfy a desire. This wish is absurd. This wish is interesting. This wish is beautiful. By granting it, I am being fair and impartial. Kirby, never mind what I said before. We're going to destroy that thing here and now. Like, I'm right there with you, but how? Yeah, I hate to admit it, but that star's logic is flawless. Not even Kinomi can deny what he wished for. At this point, our only hope is to... Well, of course. You can't take back a wish made from the heart. Shiny Star's dead right about that. Knowing you were the only person in the world to wish for that out of success, no wonder you were too upset to tell us. You did nothing wrong, Kinomi. I'm sorry I said you were sulking. Huh? What's this about, your highness? Just shut up for a moment. I'm about to close this case nice and neatly. It said this wish is still the only one of its kind, that it's still the #1 wish. What a con job. That's not your wish anymore, Kinomi. It's its own. Hey, Shiny Star. Seems to me you're just trying to raise your own rep by making this wish out to be more valuable than it really is. Fine then, I'll play along with your game. If you care about the rules that much, then listen up. You said Kinomi's wish was the only one, that nobody else wanted to see her succeed. Well, you're dead wrong. There's no way that wish is one of a kind, because I wish for it too, bastard. Okay, I see his angle. Trying to introduce more people that, like, supposedly have the same genuine wish to try to throw it off. So that it then wouldn't be that exclusive wish anymore. Time for peak. You say Kinomi's wish was the only one, that nobody else wanted to see her succeed? Well, you're dead wrong. There's no way that wish is one of a kind, because I wish for it too, bastard. That would not work. He would have to actually want it. Yeah, I guess that's true. So then, how does Tsukiji know about this then? Like, to know about her to then have a genuine wish for her success and stuff. Testimony, verifying, considering, priority, top priority. No way! You know about Masago too, your highness? Of course I do. How do you think I tracked you down all the way out here? It's because I had something for you. Here, this is yours. This is just one part of the whole pack. Wait, is that my handwriting? What are you doing with those, your highness? You're creeping me out. What? Is your memory worse than Robin's? Or even worse than Robin's? Those are fan letters you wrote, idiot! Back when you were cheering her on, you used to write her long handwritten letters every time she got a gig. You tell her what she'd do well, what she did great, and what she could stand to improve. Honestly, I'm amazed you could write the same damn thing so many times I got a headache just reading through them. You read my personal mail? What are you, a paparazzo? I had to as part of my job, dumbass. I needed something to track you down, and these are my only lead. The only reason I have them is because my client lent them to me. They said your letters were their late daughter's most prized possession. Oh. Masago knew she didn't have a long life ahead of her, but she still wanted to spend it doing what she wanted. I'm sure being an inspiring idol was hard for her in lots of ways, but for the last 2 years of her life, she was genuinely happy. Her parents told me these fan letters you wrote inspired her to keep going. Like I said, they were her most prized possession. Her parents started looking for a detective so they could return the letters to the guy who sent them. Eventually, they found out I used to know him back in high school, and that's how I got the case. Unfortunately, there were almost no leads to go on. All they had were the letters and videos of some of their daughter's gigs. I figured knowing what kind of singer she was could help, so I watched them over and over, and well... Oh my god, okay. Her songs weren't exactly my taste, but everything else about them was really good. I don't know the first thing about singing, but seeing her effort, her emotion, and the joy she got from performing, even I could tell how brightly she shone on stage. I didn't think it was possible to become genuinely fond of someone you didn't know before. But Mizushima Masago was the real deal. She made me a fan, and I earned the cold shoulder from my... And I earned the cold shoulder from my wife. Now go on. Stand up and take these. There's nothing sad about this at least, right? Oh, I see. You're just riding the bandwagon, huh? I was a fan before you'd even heard her name. Wow, you really did close this case nice and neatly. He really did. There's no way Shiny Star could have seen this coming. Not recognized. Error. Impossible. That testimony cannot be real. My aggregation was perfect. Yeah, maybe back in 1997 when you started gathering wishes. But I hadn't gotten the request to find Kanoe back then. That didn't happen until 4 years later in 2001. So I didn't learn about Mizushima Masago until after you collected your data. No fair? I know how you must feel. You can blame Aozaki for cheating if you want, but first... It's time to get to work, Shiny Star. You say you're fair and impartial. Prove it. Try gathering your data again. Deliberating. Testimony unknown. Evidence unknown. Kicking the can down the street was actually productive. No. Verifying. No results found. Results found? Evidence validated. Verification approved. Deliberation impossible. Results found. Shiny Star's world is shutting down. Hurry, everyone. Now's a chance to destroy it. We'll be right there. Come on, Senpai. Sojiro. You have to let me read those letters later. Just go save the world already. I need to live, you know? Ah, youth. Look at them running off so happy like they've already won. Still, it's only right us old hands show them how it's done, seeing as we're the star players for this case. This wish might have been number one, but it definitely wasn't the only one of its kind. This is what showing your true color looks like. Okay, hold on, the hecking discoloration here. Do it, Aozaki! Breaking toys is still what you're best at, right? Breaking toys. You know it. I have some thoughts about your choice of words, but I'll gladly take it from here. This is it, Shiny Star. In the end, You were just a broken toy, a wishing well that never got what it really means. That never got what it really means to be number one. Collecting lots of wishes and stars isn't necessarily a bad thing by itself. But sacrificing other wishes is just a selfish desire, not a wish. Unfortunately for you, I think I've died more than enough times. This time, it's your turn. Aww. Select up to four servants. Oh. But what about 2? Nah, just kidding. Well, actually, I might keep this one in the back line just in case. You never know. And let's see, Tamamo. Good old Sojiro, Mash. Oh, the music. Oh, we got our collar back! Oh shit! And confusion too. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, attacks will not hit? Oh shit! Oh no, okay, that's gone. Hello, Papa Spade. Yeah, we're in the finale. Situation, status, comments. Oh shit. Yeah, like the gameplay's limited, but they know how to spice up like the presentation and all, which is like pretty nice. So like with the constraints that they have, you know, the only other options left is to just like make the moment exciting leading into it. The power of flash animation, yeah. Like having like certain like constraints to work within and stuff helps breed like creativity and everything. Not recognized, this outcome is unacceptable. So did you have a thing for Scott? I mean, you can like more than one character. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Hopeless light up. Oh. Oh shit, I kinda fucked up. Ah, we're fine. We're not fine, by the way. Whoa. Yeah. Kinda blew it too early. Just had to say you're fine, but not really fine. Actually, hold on. Let me do this real quick. There we go. The wishes were shattered. Perhaps they would have come true if they'd been left alone. Some wishes dreamed hazily that good things might happen in the future, Some wishes dreamed of the past, where it was now too late to do anything. Yeah, it really is a cool map. But right now in the present, everything is wrapping up perfectly. Maybe we could have seen real magic remaking the world in exchange for all the wishes in it. Stream starting scene. If only we can like go back to, or if only we had like a gallery thing so that we can view the state of previously viewed area maps in prior singularities, lost belts, or old events and whatnot. It would be really nice to just have a gallery mode for that kind of thing. But yeah, unfortunately they don't do that. They don't do that here. So you gotta like record it like in the now when you see it, or you don't get access to it ever again, essentially. The man who dreamed. Ending like this doesn't quite seem right. Wishes aren't the only thing you can't take back. My number one wish wasn't anything special, and stars aren't supposed to burst. They're supposed to orbit. The bright starry sky peered down. As other stars scattered across it, despite the sad sight, the man looked up at it with a proud expression on his face. That's it. That's how stars ought to be. It's like you can see them when you're awake, and they provide light when you're asleep. Nothing else twinkles like them. They're fun to look at, but there's also something lonesome about them. As the man murmured those words like poetry, the collapse of 1999 was undone. Oh, oh. Wait, Y2K is no more. This is before Y2K. Imagine if like Y2K was like made its own like emergency singularity, a chapter or some shit. Oh, that'd be so funny to see, like play out in like a Fate scenario or some shit. I remember the memes, or well, maybe not exactly, or at least like hearing the murmurs from back then about the big Y2K. Blue shirt is flashy, yeah. In the end, a star becomes a wish. Are you all ready to go? Everyone have everything. Good. Because in about 30 minutes, the singularity will disappear, and it'll be back to the regular Kumano Hot Springs. When that happens, Kirby, Mash, Servant Sojiro, and I will all return to our respective time periods. Anyone who is already here will stay here, although the memories of the singularity will be a little fuzzy. Yes, we know. We finished cleaning our rooms, so we're ready to leave at any time. Thanks for giving us such a great room, Kumanoin. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. If you enjoyed your stay here, I hope you'll come visit us again. You said you were both from 2019, yes? Then I'll do my best to keep the inn in business until then, hehe. Well, about that. Why are you wearing your disguise again? You look like, you look shadier than ever dressed like that. Well, you know, since this is a goodbye and all, I thought I'd make extra sure the newcomers will remember me. Bye, Kirby and Mash. I'll have twice as many hot springs here when you visit in 18 years. Huh, hang on. Am I going to disappear when the singularity does? No, I'm still not sure why, but you're registered as a heroic spirit in the throne now. Watch as he somehow protected it from the bleaching. Honestly, you know what? I would love to see that. Like, I would love a bullshit like explanation just to have that happen. It's like, guys, the whole world turned white, but hey, you can stay at the inn now. Although we don't got no hot springs anymore, but we got white sand for days. So you'll be summoned independently from the original Sojiro, although that might only apply to Chaldea. Right, your servant stuff and your original stuff from this time are different people. Kind of think of it, where did the original Sojiro go? You know, I was asking that the whole fucking time. Well, it would have been confusing having two of the same person in one place, right? So my guess is Alka once spotted him walking around and hurled him back to Tokyo. What, just chucked him back? Oh, so that's why you went off with that scary look on your face on the first afternoon. Hey, I just wanted to stop by, since it looks like this is it. Thanks for helping me out on that misty day. It ain't often you get to experience something like that. It sucks that I won't remember you guys, but at least you remember me, right? I can live with that. And hey, if someone you know ever buys some haunted property and gets cursed, give me a call. So the one time I went to White Sands started to rain. The mountain's so cursed and haunted, the trees of emptiness were just eviscerated on the spot. If you tell me you know my secret, I'll probably panic and give you a discount. Hello, allow me to once again apologize for the trouble I caused you. Now that the Ox God is gone, I no longer have any reason to stay on this mountain. But fortunately, Lord Tsugitani has agreed to help me search for my master. It is good to have a goal. It sounds like your trip still has a long way to go. So please take care and let me know if you ever need my help. You know, you really had us fooled, Konji. You knew what was happening here the whole time. So unknown to everyone, the sky is a super powerful ghost haunting it. Invaded its airspace. Remember when I had 8-hour stream, FGO stream? I mean, like, that's happened a couple times. Well, actually, not that often, because before I was running off my capture card, which drained the crap out of my phone battery. So then I actually, like, physically couldn't stream 8-hour FGO sessions until I got the screen capture going. Or the USB capture going, I mean. Because my phone would run out of energy by hour 5, or 4 even, depending. This isn't a mystery novel, where the least suspicious person is the culprit. Why didn't you speak up sooner? I didn't know about the connection between Wanwan and Shiny Star, or rather, I didn't think there was one. I was planning to find Shiny Star on my own once we dealt with Wanwan and solved Alko's serial murder mystery. Huh. So then you didn't invite Aozaki to your room on the first night so you can cover up evidence? Instead, I just wanted to talk with her for the first time in a while. I've seen you and Shizuki a few times since we graduated, but I hadn't heard from Alko. Oh, that explains it. I thought that was weird. The Alice I knew would never go in an outdoor bath with a girl she only just met. Now I see, you push yourself to keep us company because it's been so long since we've seen each other. It wasn't that big a deal. Our time together was just so short, we've never had a chance to go on a trip together. Thank you all again for your help. Are you leaving already? The air surrounding this inn is so much lighter now. I'm sure it won't be long before it becomes popular again. What am I going to do now? Well... There aren't any evil spirits that need exercising anymore, but Mr. Kumanoe begged me to stay here anyway. He said there would be debt collectors coming that are scarier than any evil spirit, so he was hoping I could twist them just a little to scare them away. Oh. What a rascal that innkeeper is. So it looks like I'll be staying here for a while longer. I guess that makes me this inn's new guardian. Just scare away the debt collectors by... Oh my god. Looks like this is goodbye for me too. I've got to make my regular check-in with the wife in the old building. Anything you want me to pass on to Aozaki? I know she'd love to hear from you. Tell her I'm doing well, and I hope you are too. Also, I'm officially calling our CD versus cassette debate a draw. CD versus cassette? Scares loan sharks, orcas. You serious? Well, I guess that does sound like something you say. At least it'll be easy to remember. Goodbye, Kirby, Mash. Wish I could have heard more about the future, but you give me a good sense of it anyways. Sounds like things might be a little bleak, but at least I've learned there will be good people like you to rise to the challenge. CD versus cassette, Monster Rancher versus cassette beast. Oh, perfect timing. I was hoping I might catch you before you left. I have no idea what happened or what changed after that incident. But I can tell from the looks on your faces that you accomplished something big. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you. I'm sure it must have been quite the spectacle. Oh, it looks like our taxi is here. Hey, not that way! Oh dear. I'm sorry for leaving so suddenly, but I'm afraid we must be on our way now. So I do hope you'll invite me the next time something like this happens. Excuse me, are you the Kuno Wins detectives? Wait. Wait. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. My wife's told me all about you. It sounds like you helped her out a lot. Wait a second. Shiki's husband? Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but she's always been something of a sucker for ghost stories, so... Oh right, I still haven't introduced myself, have I? I'm Ryogi, Mikiya. Please forgive me for not paying my respects sooner. Our daughter hasn't been feeling well lately, so I've been busy taking care of her. Go on, Mana. Can you say hello to your mother's friends? I'm sorry, she's still dealing with a fever. Anyway, I'm sorry to chat and run, but we'd better be on our way now. Thank you again for everything. This man is catnip to supernatural ladies. Bye-bye. Aww. You know, it might be kind of late to be asking this, but what's Chaldea like anyway, Kirby? I see. Sometimes busy, sometimes chaotic, sometimes relaxing, sometimes nostalgic, huh? That sounds like a great workplace. It might even be a great fit for Shizuki. You probably know this by now, but he really just moves at his own pace. That's not fair. I prefer to think of it as doing what I can where I can. Should join us. Kirby's the same way. We might take risks, but we don't go overboard. I mean... the former part, sure. The latter... yeah, I can't promise you that. So wait. On at least one occasion in the movies, he gets kidnapped by one... so Shiki has to rescue her damsel in distress. Oh, huh. Oh. Sorry to interrupt your admiration, Mash, but I hope you know you're going to need to rein her in so she doesn't get too out of hand. Anyway, since you two are so alike, I have a question for you. Why did you believe me and agree to help? Alka-1 was acting super suspicious the whole time, right? That's true. It was clear from the start that something wasn't right. But that doesn't mean I didn't trust her. Knowing you, it was pretty much a given that you were just trying to help. Kirby said something similar. Well, maybe not with words, but with your spirit, the way you express yourself, right? Okay, we're here. Time to start erasing the singularity. When this is over, I'll be back to where I belong, and you guys will go back to Chaldea. That includes you too, Sojiro. You're going to keep working for humanity as a servant. What about you, Miss Konji? I'm originally from this time, so I'm just going to see you all off. Aoko might have come here from the far future, that is your present. But from your perspective, I'm just a stranger from the distant past. Still, the bond we develop here may be enough that I end up dropping by Chaldea myself. It does sound like you can use all the help you can get, after all, so when that happens, I won't be too upset. Me neither. I would love to see you again if we can. That's really nice of you, Mash. So, because you and Kirby are so nice, and you didn't give up on me even after I've been murdered several times, I have a present for you. But first, answer me this. Were you two looking for the Holy Grail? Wait. Were you two looking for the left Holy Grail? Or the right one? What? I think we might have lost both. What should we do, Master? I think those might be synthetic Holy Grails. That's right. These aren't your ordinary Holy Grails, but don't you worry. You can still use them just like any other. I embedded the magic energy I used to send a singularity through time and hold it in place into a couple pieces of the shiny star. Then I had Alice make them look like proper Holy Grails. You helped both a magician and a witch set things right after they messed up after all. This was the least we could do to thank you. Oh, don't mind if we do then. Alko is cracked. Did you drop the silver grail or this gold one? I dropped the holy grail. Yeah, did she just, with Alice's help, just get like, just slaps together like two holy grails to just get passed down to us? Not one, but two grails in such short time. Yeah, just like in short notice. In the boobs, like secret holy grails are stored in the boobs or some shit. Oh, looks like it's time. Goodbye, Kirby, Mash, Alice, and Sojiro. It wasn't always easy, but I still had a blast. I can already tell this is gonna be another fond memory for me. And hey, unlike Alice, I always show up right away when I'm called on, so I'll definitely see you again if the world's ever in serious trouble. Come back! Don't leave me! She just had to go out with another foreboding statement, didn't she? But that's just the way Aozaki is. Anyway, this is it for us. We're counting on you to take it from here, Alice. I'm sure my present day stuff will show up as soon as I'm gone, so will you fill them in on everything that happened? Okay, it'll be a little hassle, but I'll make sure I remember. In exchange, can I touch your right hand? Sure, here you go. I'm sorry. Alice? It's nothing. Thank you for staying well. It looks like the Singularity's time is up. These last 6 days have been a lot of fun. I guess even majors aren't bad after all. But now this miracle is about to end. May everyone get back to their proper time. Farewell, Summoner of Chaldea. I'm sure your nights won't all be peaceful, but I pray you'll be suitably rewarded when they're over. Goodbye. May we meet again beneath the stars. Goodbye. Until next time. Aww. Us, Soji, slow burn couple. I'm doing well, Draco. We're just wrapping up the story here, finally. Alice, being a witch, is not human. Oh. Huh. Wait a second, they only gave us one Holy Grail. And the end. Yeah, I kind of figured. Aozaki already there. Oh man, I can't believe I messed up that bad. I mean, I don't want to believe it. Well, the situation is what I find hard to believe. What are you doing at Chaldea before me? Aren't you usually supposed to let a little more time pass before you just show up? Hey, I took plenty of time to get here. You were just slow to raise shift, that's all. Although, it did help that Kirby and Mash's signals were so easy to recognize. That helped me jump here in no time, and my head feels great too, thanks to all the information you shared. That's great to hear. Since you and Sojiro both just got here, would you like us to show you around? Maybe later. I'd hate to spoil the mood by admitting that I came here on my own power, so I need to leave soon. Ahem, excuse me, Kirby? Could you come see me right away? I have a question or three for you about the Holy Grails you just submitted. Senpai, I think this means the engineering team is conducting an official investigation. You should explain what happened or you'll be stuck with taking a remedial study course for a whole day. Well, crap, we better hurry then. See you too soon, okay? God damn it, Alco. Okay, now that I got to see them doing well, I better be on my way. Give them my regards, okay? Don't be ridiculous. No matter how you put it, that's just leaving them high and dry. It's rude. You make it sound like I'm dying and dashing. Oh, fine. I'm really pushing my luck, but I guess I can stay a little longer. There you go. You wouldn't be you if you always took the easy way out. Our recklessness is nothing compared to yours. I don't know whether to be flattered or offended by that. Alright then, tell me this. There's still one thing about what Kirby told me that I don't get. Way back when this all started in 1999, I'd already lost. There was nothing I could do to turn things around. Apparently, I told you that I sent the Singularity into the future because I couldn't win. But how could I pull off a big move like that when I didn't even have time to run away? And yet somehow I did. Some impossible miracle happened that gave me the chance I needed. Be honest, Sojiro. What did you do? Well, I can't think of what it could be, but I'd probably did whatever I could. Anyone else would do the same, right? At first, there was a tiny glimmer. A few moments later, there was an explosion. It sucked in everything nearby, then blew it all away. Trees were laid low, rivers dried up, entire buildings were wiped from the face of the planet. Wind raged on at 100 meters per second. This must be what it's like on Venus, she thought. It's no use. I can't get any closer. This endless emission is just insane. This disaster was supposed to be a simple job, damn it, not an actual apocalypse. That was when he heard a voice coming from inside the crater. The wind was blowing so strongly that a normal person would never pick up her voice, but he was sure he heard it. Shooting it doesn't work, hitting it doesn't work, kicking it doesn't work. It's like this thing doesn't obey the laws of the universe at all. High density magic energy invades the Earth's surface as temperatures rise and with no signs of slowing. The youth wasn't at the crater's bottom. He stood on the rippling bedrock surrounding it. The ground had been flipped over and sharpened like the tip of a sword. About 40 meters below, he could see the magician facing off against what looked like a shining star. He crouched down on the rock, keeping his breathing short, shallow, and sharp. The oxygen had become toxic, burning his lungs with every breath he took. Here, the mere act of breathing was suicidal. His legs still worked. By all rights, he should have run for his life. Even an ordinary human could still slide down the rock and make his way to someplace safe. But even as he continued to breathe in the toxic air, he thought back to the events from earlier that day. Before the explosion took place, the air around the Kumano Inn's old building had been contaminated, and it was spreading. The inn's owner hurriedly evacuated the guests, and the incident was reported as a wildfire to the nearest town. Just when the townspeople had finished evacuating, the mountain transformed into an alternate world, a singularity. 6 hours later, the witch confessed to everything being due to her own negligence. She went back to the mountain to try to make things alright, but failed. The young man in turn had returned to the mountain to collect the witch's body when... Yikes, that was too close. Good thing I managed to shift at the last moment. What the hell is that thing? It doesn't obey the laws of physics. You can never tell what it's about to do you can never tell when it's about to do something. It attacks constantly and I have no idea what it even is. At the bottom of the crater, he saw a familiar face doing her utmost to fight back. He hesitated, but only for a moment. Hello, Rumia. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. We're reading the finale for the Fate Grand Order Mahoyo collab. He hesitated, but only for a moment. He had second thoughts, but only for an instant. How many seconds could he last in this wind without his limbs being disintegrated? Could he run up this rocky mountain nearly 100 meter long or 100 meter long slope in time? You go eat. Have a nice sleep, Arumia. Take care. Thank you for the raid and everything. Even if he could, would he be able to jump all the way to the star floating in the air? And even if he managed that, what would happen next? Such a feat would be beyond human, but he had already accomplished the inhuman 8 years ago. Back then, he had one of the witch's relics to help him, and his body was still in its prime. I might want to skip this part. Yeah, I mean, well, of course it's spoilers. I mean, if I wanted to avoid spoilers, I wouldn't read this event at all, while reading through Witch on the Holy Night. But I'll just read it anyway. I know what I started reading this event, or planned to read this event, knowing full well that this is, supposed to be something you read after the fact, but it's not like I can read what I assume is, I don't know, a 60, 80 hour plus visual novel, I would assume, before or within the duration of this collab. Now, that prime had of course long since passed. He was barely a shadow of his younger self. You wonder how much of this collab did spoil Mahoyo? Not 100% sure. The main things about this kind of stuff is it probably does spoil stuff, but then me not having read any of Mahoyo going into this, I wouldn't have context of what they might be referencing, or I would have suspicions of what they might reference, and then I wouldn't really know the context to really formulate in my mind of like, oh, that's definitely a big spoiler that I definitely shouldn't know. So then whatever might happen, I just kind of take it at face value without thinking, being able to think deeper into all the details and stuff. You have a feeling you didn't spoil that much? Yeah, like, they probably made, you know, references to certain, like, to certain small-ish events and whatnot. Karo Kyokai Collab didn't spoil much. Yeah, like, I mean, again, like, I never watched it, but I never really had any, like, red flags raised in my head about, like, oh, like, damn, I can't believe they spoiled such a thing. I mean, like, you know, it's kind of like par for the course of, like, I mean, depending on how story heavy a collab is, like, I mean, I don't know, like, sometimes, like, you know, they really use it as a actual direct continuation, or they just use it as an opportunity to bounce characters off of each other as in a collaborative manner, rather than, like, a story continuation kind of collab. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, for the most part, at face value, without thinking any deeper about it, like, the Mahoyo cast was just kind of interacting as I would usually see in, like, other story chapters and stuff, so I didn't really, or I don't think I really picked up on too much that would be considered, like, Mahoyo visual novel spoilers, like, or whatever. If anything, I only just read chapter 1 to give me context about how Sojiro was raised in the mountainside and shit and didn't know what the concept of a freaking school was. So, I'm kind of surprised to see how we went from that to the boy we see here. Apocryphal Collab didn't spoil much either. Yeah, like, I think, like, they only just tell only the essential bits if it's, like, core for... if it's, like, a core detail for a character pertaining to whatever situation at hand within the Collab FGO story. So aside from that, I don't think, like, they would reveal too much. Oh, wait. Simon Remnant, though, that's bullshit. Oh, I mean, yeah, actually, yeah, you got a point. I mean, I guess it's just kind of like a case-by-case kind of thing. But, yeah, especially considering, like, the segue from finishing Samurai Remnant's true ending going into the Samurai Remnant collab, that picked up right where we left off. Yeah, it was basically like written like an epilogue more than anything, compared to like collabs that felt like they were written as like a side story. Samurai Remnant FGO was basically like epilogue time. He was a boy no longer, but a man. He now lived a comfortable life in the city, in civilized society. Moreover... Still, it's gotta run out of steam eventually, right? Are you seriously telling me it's a star from outer space here to destroy the world? Alright. He began to run. His toes broke, his upper arm split open, his lungs literally burned. One of his eyes collapsed, his chin was sliced off, his heart burst. Jesus. But his hearing remained intact. He could still hear the girl desperately trying to fight back. It should have been impossible. But this creature happened to be able to perfectly replicate any actions he performed in the past. Unknown coordinates. He leaps into the air, one of his legs is gone. He acknowledges the loss, and raises his remaining hand. The wraith falls to the evil spirit slayer. His body is obliterated without a trace, but his wish, his will, remains as strong as it was 8 years ago. Oh. Oh. That transition, oh my god. Now, Tor Plan Horizon! I'm forfeiting this game and putting this whole singularity on timeout. Those few seconds he bought her changed the very world. When they had passed, all trace of the disaster had vanished. Nobody would ever know what had taken place. The tale of his exploits would never be passed on. On a planet about to end, a miracle saved the magician. Ah. He's just in the corner, think about what it's done. Aoka's expression scored high points. And there we go. So if we go back... Oh, okay, so we can still view the area map as is. Oh, shit. Where did, oh, the data updated because of the optional quest that popped up. Literally just now. Come on. Any moment now. Perfect timing. I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, we have time to kind of just go around, farm missions, and clean out this event, basically. Oh, is there no... Oh, not yet, apparently. Okay, so there's story 10. Oh, that's 90 plus. 90 plus plus. Story 0.
熊野温泉にようこそ。ご予約のカルデア様ご一行ですね。ボーナス獲得。熊野温泉お土産品コーナーにようこそ。
Evil pom pom.
はい、持って行って。それね。持って行って。どうぞ。持って行って。
Alright, let's go clear out some free quests. Okay, so either we can clear out free quests and the missions, or I can probably go switch to like Star Rail and do some side stuff. Actually, how am I feeling right now? Cause like I'm kind of like super flip-floppy about like which to kind of go for right now. Oh right. I actually had Star Rail open in the background this whole time. I actually kind of forgot about that. I actually forgot to turn it off when I was like trying to set up like the stream for tonight while burning some stamina and everything. right. I actually like forgot to turn it off this whole time. No, I think I'm still just in the mood to like farm things out right now. So, let's just go farm the free quests and get some missions done. All right. So, what are we at right now? Run story 9 3 times and bring in a servant with luck E plus or lower and luck A and higher. Oh. Well then. What was this drop? Gold currency. Gotcha. Pom Pom will remember this. Okay. Someone getting spirited away isn't an everyday occurrence, and if you do get caught up in something like that, you just have to accept that your luck was either real good or real bad. I'm a blue bird of happiness, so I'm going to be taking Alice. One day, probably. Oh, don't worry about Alco. Based on her daily habits, I wait till she wanders off anyway, no trickery involved. And I believe this should be good. Yep. Oh, wait, oh shit. I didn't actually flip the fucking... Actually, wait, did I actually bring in the right servants? Okay, so we have Colin. But in terms of everyone else... Wait. Actually, no, I think Wait, who's in my backline again? Shit, I don't think there's any way for you to see who you have in your backline unless you have the swap mystic code, right? Oh, shit, okay, well, fuck it. Like, I swear, I say one thing, but my mind drifts and wanders that I forget to do the thing that I was, like, literally thinking about doing. It's like I'm having two different processes, like, going out once, and then I'm like, oh shit. I forgot to, like, do this thing first. So casually wanders into Ginsokyo. I pay to see that collab.
できてへえそう見栄はいらぬと申しても夏の暑さに喉カラカラ息吹の御霊8脈怒涛
Oh, I did get lucky with who I had in the back line. Yeah, whoever I brought has A+ luck. Oh shit. Never punished. Actually, wait, who else counts for A+ rank? Oh, Alice? Oh.
ありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげです。
Oh, it was Melt that had oh, actually Sojiro also has A rank luck and higher. Oh, okay. Fit right in, so would Alice. Actually, wait, just how high is, like, Melt's luck? Oh, okay, so just A. What about Sojiro? Just A rank, okay. Wait, then what does that make Casteratoria? B. What about Ibuki? I'm probably not the luckiest. C, alright. Alright, let's get these missions done. So how many more runs do I have to go through per thing here? So then once you get these done, you have Spectral Emergence missions? Oh, okay. And then you have to clear the 90+ and ++ nodes and other emergencies. Okay, so from following the guide and everything, once I do my 3 runs of 90+, level 90, 1 run of 90++, 1 extra run for part 7 to get neutral servants clear. Oh, okay. And then, yeah, doing the spectral emergencies should be enough to then clear the rest of the objectives. Oh, okay. It's actually not that bad.
特別に応援じゃ適当にそうなの夏の女神が衆生に告げる踊りなさいな騒ぎなさいなすっきりそうないぞ夏が来たりてかぎろい揺れて雨が来たりて命が騒ぎ息吹の御霊八脈怒涛そうの適当にやっとくわ
Alright, one more run.
夏が来たりてかぎろい揺れて雨が来たりて命が騒ぎ息吹の御霊八脈怒涛ああ遊んだ遊んだ私の力が必要ならば全力で応答します妖精は鉄早書きですよカルウェナ白兵戦行きますアームを上げる特別に応援ピピピちゃんと下がっているように見栄はいらぬと申しても夏の暑さに喉カラカラ息吹の御霊八脈怒涛夏の女神が衆生に告げる踊りなさいな騒ぎなさいなすっきりやりましょう見栄はいらぬと申しても夏の暑さに喉カラカラ息吹の御霊八脈怒涛
Alright, that should be good. Then we can move on to the spectral fights or whatever the heck they are. I probably need to accept some quests to then complete it. Oh wait, oh, I already completed my objective? Oh, I didn't keep track of that. Shit. Oh.
いらっしゃい熊野温泉にボーナス獲得ミッションクリアでは次のミッションをどうぞミッションクリアでは次のミッションをどうぞ行ける場所が増えたのね新しい
Okay, so let me read this gimmick. Because at this point, I just want this clear done. Okay, so let's see. Break bar, foreigner. If Beniam is brought to battle, will get a taunt, but a 5-hit evade crit stars and debuffs the boss's attack. You will get skill sealed, and the boss can reapply skill seal. At any time the party has more than 20 crit stars, the boss can drain 30 and gets crit buffs. What the fuck is this shit? A powerful ghost that targets tongues has appeared. If it cuts your tongue and render you unable to speak. Be prepared to counter skill seal. Remove buffs. Aww. Okay. Calling Skyrim being a perv again. Okay, so which one has... Who has buff remove resist? Or no. Oh yeah, buff remove resist, and there's a... I don't know, I would need skill seal... Right, wait, let me see. Buff removal resist up. Oh, right, Murasaki. Oh. Actually, wait, do we have a thing that says if it applies to everyone or... Skill type effects... Nah, that's MP type and stuff. Okay, I just go bring in... Murasaki just for this bit here, and then I'm probably best not to bring in a berserker. Let's just bring in, and if I could just bring in Alco. I forget, does it drop gold currency? Actually drops gold currency, okay, so we can just keep that. Oh, actually, wait. Isn't there a thing for... Or debuff immune? Apply immunity to debuff 3 times, increase MP gain. Arts card effectiveness. Here it is. MP charged at 50%. There we go. Wait, what about this one? NP strength. Oh, wait. Critical strength. Okay, these literally make no difference except for like the HP values. So then I would need to NP after charging, and then think maybe have the swap CE. Alright, Kind Sky.
やだな。何のために？ええ、はい。あれね。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。あわわわ。キャンセル。大魔だ。すみません。キャンセル。スタンプ。 ドラコーンお行きなさい。戦いですか。巡り合いそれ書き直します。
Okay, there we go. And I think I'll pop this.
発展途上ですので。
NPC will... Oh, okay, okay.
どこまであれね。見つけた。告げる。青を示す名において。ノット、セイン、ファイブ、タイムレス、ワーフ。スキャリキャンセル、おもキャンセル。壊して、崩して、蹴り流す。キャンセル、キャンセル。キャンセル。お問い合わせは私まで。かわいいことあぶりでございます。流星乱舞。
Oh my god, so much damage.
今のうちに準備です。今のうちに準備です。やだな。コズミックツアー、スタート。もちろん。シックスプレーン、形成。サテライトシリンダー、オフ。ルックバック。コーロタイムアップ。アースライト、カーバー。恐れを知らないのかしら。キャンセル。キャンセル。キャンセル。ほら、教育の時間。パフュームゴール。スタンプ。遅い。素敵でしょ。遅い。嘘。
Oh my god. Well, fuck me. Like, Jesus Christ. Record scratch? Bro. That's some bullshit. Holy crap. Like, what is that shit? Oh my god. You burned command spells on that one? Yeah, I can see why, but Jesus, oh my goodness. The other two are nowhere near as bad. Yeah, like, I had to really save my stuff and wait for, like, that final bar. That's annoying as hell.
お問い合わせは私まで。やだな。
Wait, we don't even have, We don't even have a decent start here. Shit. Oh my god, like, I know, like, foreigner versus foreigner is, like, you know, like, foreigners are weak to their own class type and all, but jeez. That's so annoying, having my health bar just, like, just melt. Or Alka. Yeah, like, I basically have to, like, make sure that she has her, like, her enforcement defense thing. Otherwise, like, I can't risk her, like, just taking, like, 90% of her HP and damage. So, which one provides the, Oh no, it was only after she transforms that she does that, right? Partial annoying thing is that I don't have any great stars to work with. Because I don't think... actually, no, with the Buster and extra attack, that won't really do much. Because if I try to root the skill seal, I feel like there'd be no point right now. Well, for the next turn. It feels kind of bad, but... I'll do this backwards, actually.
Not saying fight timeless war.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。
そこでキャンセル。かわいいあぶりでございますか。流星乱舞。1光年以内に異常なしと。
I don't want to blow it right now. I think if anything...
まあ、もちろん
サポートお願いね。
こうしてこう
キャンセル。やっキャンセル。スキャリキャンセル。キャンセル。お問い合わせは私まで。かわいい。お問い合わせは私まで。 追いきなさい。それそれそれ。今はこの辺かな。もう一つ増やしておくか。
やだな。
Actually, I think the crits should be enough on their own.
それでは僭
まだ
越ながら
展開。サポートお願いね。
限りあれば薄墨衣朝けれど涙ぞ袖を縁となしける源氏物語。よく青い
恐れを知らないのかしら。転ばせて金星で
Alright.
キャンセル。かわいい。追いきなさい。遅い。追いきなさい。あぶりでございます。遅い。ごめんな
Son of a bitch with that removal. Like, fuck. Like, she just keeps hard focusing Alco. It's really fucking annoying. Like, also, like, how? Oh, the debuff? No. Oh, the buff remove is only applied once. That explains things. Oh, of course they'd be too powerful, you know, if it lasts more than that, but it slipped my mind. And there's no other form of... Like, the only thing I can try to think of is just try to cheese, like, the... Or what was it? Manipulate the AI, but just changing the RNG around by just activating a skill. Because otherwise, like, I'm just completely screwed.
それでは僭越ながら
私好み。
限りあれば薄墨衣朝けれど涙ぞ袖を縁となしける源氏物語。よく青い
But we can only tank one hit at most.
キャンセル。そこでキャンセル。キャンセル。
Because we're gonna have our defense buff
ほ
removed.
ら、教育の時間です。あぶりでございます。流星乱舞。
That's fine.
望まれることを
やっていいの？
望まれたように。
お願いね。
Okay, God.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ、
Like, stuff like this is why,
ア
like,
ラウンドカリバーン
I'm kind of whatever at when it comes to, like,
シックスプレーン。
skipping challenge quests, even though this isn't necessarily, like, you know, the designated challenge quest of the event. It's like stuff like this, I'm just like, yeah, okay. Like, I'm barely surviving just off of pure targeting RNG. I'll just have to keep, like, closing and reopening the game to adjust my RNG, and if it doesn't pan out, like, I just have to full restart or burn command spells to brute force it anyways. Although in CQs, you don't have that luxury of, Actually, no, do you still have the luxury of, No, it's only when they specify if you can't use a command spell, right? But yeah, like, you're just at the whims of targeting RNG at that point. I'm just like, bruh. Oh, I got another Celestial weapon in Grand Blue right now. Nice. Although I'm glad I got to bust out Murasaki and everything though, so I'm happy about that.
自分今回は普段よりおとなしいんすよね。
おやしずきくんのミッションクリア。では次のミッションをどうぞ。ボーナス獲得。行ける場所が増えたのね。新しい手が。
ふと思ったんだが、これって清掃業務になるのかな。
Alright, so there's the fifth copy. They expect you to go 90 missions before you can get the MLB version of the damage CE without any drops. But like, oh my god, they expect you to go 90? Well, I got lucky by farming it like before, or looking into it when I was farming quests earlier, but god damn. They sure do, yeah. Alright, so let's see. So we finished that one. Dwarf. Alter Ego with Berserkers. If you bring in Paul Bunny and Super Bunny, they'll get guts, crit damage buff, extra stars, each Berserker. Oh. Oh, what the heck? What is this fight? And in a point in time when reruns are rare, Da Vinci Lily Summer Event's rerun is next event? Oh. Local Lumberjack. The ghosts will revive when defeated but at a price. Continue to defeat until a ghost can no longer afford is an option. Half-hearted attacks won't cut it. Basically, have your maxed out damage CE or suffer. Sinister Tree. Honestly, with all the tree enemies look here, it reminds me of enemies I'd see in Adventure Quest. Yeah, like, it's just like the... I guess like the... I don't know how to describe it, like that cartoonish feel of how their heads look like and everything with their comically large, you know, appropriate for the size though, like wooden log clubs and everything.
早掛けですカルウェナ熱を帯びなさいマルミアド妖精接続粒子加速圧倒し開始どこまでいけるか試してみる
Oh right, alter egos are strong against foreigners. Oops. Dragon Fable, one of the two. Yeah.
最初の底から今はの端へプレーン層をひとまたぎ
I spent a lot of time playing artist entertainment games, but
時差無効
yeah, I stopped like once it got to the Adventure Quest
ちょっとだけ
World's
地球を救いに帰ってきたわ
era of its catalog. Like, played a whole lot of Adventure Quest, quite a bit of Dragon Fable. Then once it got to Mech Quest, I'm like, why is it so barren in content? Because I'm just doing like the same shit. And even like when I was still, well, little and everything. Wait, ooh! And I was just like, bro, what was like, where's the content? So then like, and then it wasn't until later I learned that like, yeah, they just basically abandoned it. I'm just like, bro, really? And Warp Force is even worse, yeah. Drink using log as well as like a person using a whole human leg as a weapon. Ugh, that's really morbid.
もう一つ増やしておくか戦いですかまだね
Actually, wait, aren't you, actually, wait. No, you're, yeah, just MP2s, whatever. So go bring in Tamamo.
南の兆し恵みと晴れた清めた南の兆し恵みとなら
この時代やマダン展開サポートお願いね刺激
Yeah,
も
I got
反
sick of
省
how
も足
grindy
りない
Dragon
よ
Fable was. I mean, basically all the artist entertainment games are just grindy by nature. They just have that really long, slow
自称の彼方に
XP progression curve with like grinding out shit.
ありがとうございます皆さん
Especially
のお
when
か
it
げで
came
す
to like the war events where you just had to like just keep farming stuff like non-stop to get like either it's basically just like mass XP gold farm events with like event drops and shit. Oh wait. Just running the same quest over and over for some currency, buy an item, progress main story, not talking about levels. Oh yeah, but like it's mainly just like the repetition and like the like the repetition of what you're doing during the grind for like not just levels, but you know, I mean it's all kind of like one and the same in a way. It's like whether it's gold grind, level grind, or just whatever aspect of progression you're going for. Like you really are just you're basically just looking up on the forums, which is where all the info was at the time, of like, okay, like which quests have the best, essentially best XP per hour, or best like efficiency with like trying to acquire something or another to like for whatever purposes. And yeah, eventually it just got really tiresome. Also, it was really annoying in Dragon Fable because like, you know, like their whole monetization method is that, you know, if you're playing free to play, you know, you're basically playing like an extended demo, which I mean, understandable. But like, yeah, it got really annoying when like just playing through the game's content. It's like, oh, it's like, yep. If you wanna like feed your dragon more and do more stuff with your dragon pet and everything, you gotta like, you know, you gotta pay to get access to the full game. Although granted, you know, it's not a subscription thing, it's like a one-time payment and then you basically like get full access to the game thereon or whatever. So, but like back then when I didn't really have when I was a wee little boy, I didn't really have the means to pay for shit online like that. So I'm just like, yep, free to play life it is. So yeah, like when I was like trying to play through part of Dragon Fable or just like, you know, any artist entertainment game, like it always just kind of
さらにいいも
felt
のをもらってしまった。
underwhelming when I
そう
just
いえ
get
ば木の実
like
に勧められた映画があったな。転送実験中
what
に
was
た
the
また
word
ま
I'm looking for? But yeah, when they just like stop me going like, oh yeah, like pay if you want to continue, if you want to see more of the game's content and having more fun and shit. Which I mean, understandable. But like, I was like, man, oh well. Oh, here's the next quest. I actually didn't see this one. Okay, so after this quest, do the 90 plus. So what is this node? Single enemy, 6 enemy, 3 enemy. Oh, okay, so that's basically just going, oh yeah, have Soju already. Oh, the poor lad. Okay, so who has both traits? We can use... we can use Tomoe. So was it this one? That's 90 plus plus. There we go. So you wonder how well those games are doing? Maintenance mode, don't see. Yeah, no, like I would assume it's just a very niche player base, like an exceptionally niche player base, because most people wouldn't really bother with it. So like I would assume people who play it are just people who've been playing it since back then or whatever. Or like I've seen a lot of stories of basically people going like, man, like I forgot about this game that I've played like X years ago or whatever. And you know, it's just like people making posts about like, how do I get back into this? Because I'm like, they got like the nostalgia goggles and everything. But then like as I've played, because like every now and again I did come back to Adventure Quest to play through it, and you know, with technically free Guardian status, because like I actually did those like dumb data collecting surveys, although I fed it a bunch of bullshit information for the most part, to basically like earn enough money to then pay for free Guardian status for my account. And oh my god, like I actually only barely got it because I fed it so much bullshit information. I was basically ineligible based on all the bullshit I kept feeding the surveys and everything. Like I think that essentially like I guess like I was like flagged or something as like a bullshit like survey responder. So then like I'm like, I don't care, I got enough, I got my free Guardian. But like yeah, like what was it? It was silly. Let's see. So there's apparently some sort of violent ghost that kills other ghosts, scary. Local Oni and yokai seem to all be meeting their fate. If you don't want to get targeted, keep your head down, as they say, or keep your head down, okay, as they say. You'll only grow up by getting up to turn on the telly. Not a fan of 80s jokes, eh? But I've got plenty of them. Okay, so wait, what do I need here? Oh, actually, this one drops like every currency, so I believe I had was it this one? No, not that one. Oh no, it was technically supposed to be. Yeah, actually, it's technically supposed to be this one. Oh, okay. You remember watching those Ballyhoo ads for Z tokens so you could buy a house? Yeah, same, honestly. I can imagine like them racking up. Actually, I'm not sure how much ad money they got from that shit. Although eventually, like, years, like many years later, when I went back to it, or back to playing the game, like, actually no, I think like by the time I got back, I think they removed like the straight up ads and only self-advertise their own like cash shop or whatever. Cause I remember like when I got back into it, just to see how things are in like, I guess modern Adventure Quest, they monetize things like hell. Like they keep pushing for, or you know, like if you want like, it's essentially like pay to win loot boxes for the good weapons at this point, which kind of sucks. Although there are technically ways to get around that if you wait to rack up interest on your house to then sell for more premium currency without actually having to pay for it if you're actually willing to wait it out. Which, I mean, for people who basically play seasonally, you can essentially have your house, then abandon the game because, like, you know, you've got what you wanted out of it, and then like 2 years later, you racked up so much interest on your house that you can sell it and upgrade your house and buy a whole bunch of other cash shop related stuff without actually spending a single penny, which is really silly. But then they also have like the dumb loot box thing where it's like you buy it with your Z tokens and then you basically have RNG loot box shops. You wonder if they did more with houses? Nah, like, you know the Z token building with the museum? If I remember correctly, they still never expanded on that. To this day, for like, what, past 20 plus years? Or whenever they first implemented it. All these years later, they still didn't do shit. At least as far as I remember, unless they recently updated that, which I doubt. But, yeah! Oh boy! You know, the housing system was just a side project for one does. It was so popular. Yeah, like, so many people really like the housing system, although mainly to abuse it for fast leveling because everyone was like, okay, everyone, like, just look for this player name's house or player ID's house and then just farm XP off of it so you can reach max level super fast because they bought all the high level monsters to fend off, like, either other players or to fend off, like, the random attacks on your building's properties or on your estate's property or whatever, so that, like, because there's the whole like idle game resource gathering thing when you put your buildings down or whatever, but they randomly come under attack or whatever, you know. It's like kind of one of those like idle mobile game kind of things where it's like, oh, your buildings are under attack, you gotta go back on and check on it and get it back in working order, you know, that kind of thing. Oh man, so like essentially like the insidious thing is like, oh yeah, here's some like free options which are low level monsters that might fend off some like eventual monster attack or that might fend off monster attacks for a while, but then eventually, you know, like I would assume it's on some kind of like build up gauge or timer of sorts where it's like once you go on long enough you'll eventually have a building go under attack no matter how strong your defensive or your house guards are essentially. Yeah, like the whole idea of like owning a house in game for your character and stuff, like it had that like nice little sense of like, I guess, in-game immersion of like, you know, like you have your character, you do like these decisions or, you know, these goofy dialogue options when you interact or when, you know, when you go through the parts of the story or some such or whatever. And then like but yeah, what was it? But yeah, like but basically like kind of reining it back a little bit. Yeah, like there's a lot of pay to win shit now. Like you can still technically get by with like a lot of the other aspects to farm in that game, cuz like it's not all pay to win, but like cuz like there are like high level end game armors and weapons and stuff to farm. That's kind of like the chase items to like farm gold for and, you know, do other challenge bosses and whatnot. But then there is that ever-present Z token / cash shop, which is like, hey, like, here's some really powerful, unique weapons that scale to your level. So you don't have to keep rebuying new gear every time you reach a new level threshold. So yeah, that's kind of like an insidious thing right there, yep. And what else? Like, what was it? Actually, I don't think I need Tamamo for this, do I? Actually, wait, how strong is this? Hold on. Oh, actually, yeah, no, I don't even need Tamama then. I can just go level up Alco for the extra XP. And then guess like Kaholan? Yeah, actually that works. Okay. And then switch the Mystico to... Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. So wait, house ownership in RPG is just another part of the fantasy you can't have in real life. Oh wait. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, oh shit, I almost fucked up here. Wait, who did I need to bring again? Earth and Demonic. So I already have Ibuki and Earth Trait. Oh, wait, no, wouldn't I already have that covered with, Hold on, I'm trying to like look at the list here. No, that's Ash, not... No. Oh, actually, I could just have Mash here. Right, there we go. Okay, so... we got the demonic aspect here with Summer Ibuki, and then we got the Earth element, or trait from Mash here. I'm not sure what everyone else is, but fuck it, I'm not gonna look that deeply. Okay. You remember if you had your Guardian armor attuned to darkness, better version. There was a better version of that innate dark res, and if you wore it while your normal armor is dark attuned, you actually have negative res, meaning it heals you. I would assume they would have patched that or something, because like they usually don't want people to have like negative res or some shit.
大丈夫。落ち着いて。
動いている。
普段通りにやるしか、シャバゾ。
もちろん。
Actually, that's for next turn. That's whatever.
雪が止む。さて、宝具。
そうなの？
ああ、切り札か。やってみよう。
But yeah, oh yeah, I didn't finish my line of thought about like the cash shop thing. So like, you basically would buy... Oh my god, I just punched him in the fucking like thigh. Like, you basically get like loot boxes for basically opening up like... Actually, oh god, wait, hold on. I feel like I'm spreading misinfo because I'm not remembering clearly. But there was something you can get for Z tokens, and then you'd have an RNG chance to open up different tiers of other cash shops with different inventory. So then like, basically you'd have like the premium shit, and then you had to basically just buy it then and there. Otherwise you lose access to it and would have to run into it by RNG again. Or you get access to lower tier shops, which have a different selection of stuff you might want. So then I'm just like, why even have these different tiers of cash shops that is basically RNG to access? Like, that is some scummy ass shit.
特別に応援白兵戦行きます。 やりましょうにやっとくわ。夏が来たりで限ろい揺れて。
Had to earn that armor through a quest that you think was meant to be hard to us. But yeah, I mean, like there are like they do still like as much pay to win bullshit there is, like they do still balance the game or whatever. Like they have been maintaining some balance in the game across the years. Even a couple years ago, they had a pretty huge stat rework. Cause like, you know how back then, you would need to, like, if you're doing like a strength melee build or whatever, like you would have to level up strength, but you still needed to raise dexterity to maintain some accuracy so that you wouldn't keep missing or having your attacks blocked all the time. But now I believe they changed it so that if you want to do a strength-based melee build, you don't have to acquire dex anymore. So you can actually focus your stats on like other things like endurance, luck, or charisma if you want to do pet builds or whatever. Or playstyles, I mean. But like, yeah, so there is one aspect of Adventure Quest where they do genuinely try to maintain some balance up, or provide some like meaningful balance updates. Although I'm not sure how the community has taken the stat rework, because there's like some aspects that I remember people complaining about. Although I've kind of lost the details on like the nitty gritty on like what were the winners and losers of the update, so to say. Because like I believe I think people were complaining about charisma and intelligence? I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not sure about intelligence. But yeah, like basically there's like some big stat rework across the board and all that shit. So on top of the like egregious monetization and whatever, they still do maintain some significant content updates and whatever. Like either content updates or balance updates to kind of keep the game like fresh and, well, alive enough, I suppose. But yeah, it's really like a big mixed feeling kind of thing. I don't know, it kind of like leaves like a bad taste in your mouth in a way, so I'm just like, I don't know. Oh shit, wait, I actually forgot. You want to be worth to go melee magic now? I think with how the game still is, I think like if you go melee build, like the only spells you would get are if you bring in guest pets or whatever that requires you that don't scale off of charisma, or would have a SP maintenance cost rather than magic, unless they rework that. So then it doesn't really they don't really maintain, or sorry, they don't really let you go hybrid like that, unless like maybe you do dump all of your points into strength and intelligence, but then like you basically have nothing left for either endurance or luck for glass cannon purposes, or endurance to survive or whatever. So I mean, yeah, I mean there are people who do glass cannon builds, but yeah, I think like you might run into the issue where some parts of content would just be a bit too strong to handle without actual defensive or, you know, actual HP stats, I would imagine. Yeah, there's like some degree of passion, although I've kind of heard some rumors or murmurs about like how the workplace conditions have been at Artix Entertainment. Again, it's more like rumors or hearsay, because like there's been some things or allegations thrown around which kind of soured people, or at least some people's public perspective of Artix Entertainment, or at least like I believe like the main thing is Artix himself, but again, I don't like, I haven't really bothered reading into that because I really don't like, I'm too lazy for that shit. I'm not that invested to know what goes on in like Artix Entertainment's like work environment, or how like the staff or even like, you know, the head himself acts with like the employees and whatnot. Yeah, and nothing stays clean forever, I guess, if you want to look at it like that. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess like there's like some lingering stigma about it for people that for some reason care enough to stay away, or to warn people to stay away. They aren't young anymore. But yeah, you know, like for them to have maintained their games for all this time, yeah, it kind of makes you wonder like how things have changed, or what would go through their minds, I guess, like as the years gone on. Because like, you know, the game industry has really changed significantly since back then in the old days where things were just like how'd I word it? I guess like still the Wild West in some ways, or they're just like doing goofy shit and like happy doing what they're doing, and with the support that they have been getting, like been making enough money to kind of like keep on providing what they're doing or some shit. But then I think like when enough time goes on and the environment or the gaming environment changes, you know, definitely not as many people playing anymore. Although, you know, they have like their newer games like their MMO and some other new games they've been playing or whatever. So I mean, like, we're only looking at this from the lens of like their old catalog. I have actually no idea what Artix Entertainment is doing, like with their newest set of games, you know, MMO or whatever extra other games they've been doing like in more recent years. So things never change. There's a forum post back from the 90s with actual Todd Howard shilling an Elder Scrolls game. Good old Todd Howard, huh? But yeah, like, something's changed, something's don't. Okay, was that my run there? Defeat 30 enemies in the locked room. Wait, did I defeat 30? I have not. Okay, now we gotta run that one more time. I lost track with like the Artix Entertainment tangent. But yeah, like, I guess like looking at that whole part of my life with playing Artix Entertainment games and stuff, they provided a pretty good time, like when I got back home from school, did my homework, or delayed my homework to play Adventure Quest and shit. Like, I had my goofy, quirky fun with it. But yeah, like, I think like at least, cause like I remember like, hell, I even like streamed way back when, like the Adventure Quest MMO or Adventure Quest 3D Worlds or some whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah, no, I did not like it at all. Like they still keep to that like really awkward, goofy pop culture referential dialogue that they've been doing since even Adventure Quest in their 3D MMO or whatever. And man, I've so grown out of their style of writing shit. I'm surprised that like they've kind of kept that same tone and style of writing even now after all these years through all the games they've done. Because like, it's all like, again, I'm not sure how things are now, but like when I played AQ3D way back when, it's still the same tired shit of like haha memes, pop culture references, and that's literally the writing in a nutshell. And I'm like, I mean, I wouldn't really expect more just given how Artix Entertainment games have carried themselves, because it's kind of like their unique part for better and worse. But yeah, like it just showed me like, man, I'm so past this now. So wait, Josh Strife Hayes. Yeah, I remember seeing like his whole video like about that too. Yeah, like there's like a level of passion and some other stuff within their games, but then there's like those odd quirks and annoying aspects, but then there's also the bad parts, or sorry, the things he critiques about the MMO that I kind of share in a similar vein too. When he was like going through that. So wait, number of complaints on their first MMO? Yeah, because like at first it was like the 2D one, and then there was the their 3D attempt basically. And yeah, I remember playing the 2D attempt at their MMO, which felt really bad. Like, God, it was like, again, like I wasn't like, well actually no, I did play my fair amount of free-to-play MMOs back then, because you know, like I couldn't really justify getting into World of Warcraft because I had to pay monthly. I don't have money for that as a school student, like a grade school student. So then like, yeah, like all I had were like free-to-play MMOs and shit, and then I've played stuff like you know, from RuneScape to MapleStory, Mabinogi, some other random like pay-to-win ass games from Aria Games, I think it was called. And then there's like some other Asian MMOs that I would assume have went the way of the dodo, like Conquer Online, I would assume, or some other shit, or even just like other free-to-play multiplayer games like fucking, I think S4 League surprisingly is still active, right? Or alive even. Gotta have parents who played well, basically. Like, oh my god. So yeah, like going into Adventure Quest Worlds with and everything, like, you know, I've played like my fair share of like free-to-play multiplayer or even MMO games or whatever. And then when I was going through the 2D Adventure Quest Worlds or whatever, it was so shallow. Cause like, I made my character, I wandered around and like talked to NPCs, did what I thought were quests or whatever, and then slapped some monsters around. I was like, oh, cool. But then it felt very one-dimensional and monotonous. Although it was like, I think it was actually like alpha status for Adventure Quest Worlds, again the 2D one. So like, they didn't really flesh out any part of their combat aside from the basic ass attacks. But then if you try to disengage from combat, I believe they just instantly full heal. So then it was basically just the DPS stat check, and I think that's how it went. So then because like I couldn't really figure out like the progression or whatever, not like I really thought about the concept of how game progression works in games. I just, you know, again, as a grade school student back then, who didn't really have that much in-depth experience with like how MMOs are designed or whatever, I was just wandering, exploring around, just doing random shit. And then eventually when it got to a point where I was just wandering around, slapping monsters randomly, then I'm just like, all I'm doing is just one-dimensionally slapping monsters. Like by that point in time, with the shit that I've played stuff like Mabinogi where it's like, oh yeah, like you have your basic attacks and everything, but you can weave in skills in anticipation or preparation for like whatever an enemy might do in response to your attacks or whatever, or if you need to like defend, heal, or pull aggro. Someone like, if you're in a party setting is like getting chased by some monsters, you can try to like stagger stun them or some shit. But then like in AQ Worlds, like, you know, provided it was like alpha stage at the time, I'm just like, there's like no other skills, it's just basic attacking. And even then, like, there are weapons that say they have a damage range, but it was all just the same minimal and maximum damage. So it was like, you have a weapon that I think like did like 15 to 15 damage. I'm like, okay, there's no special properties, there's no nothing. I'm just like, even younger me was just like, where's anything else? Again, I know it's alpha, but like, there should be at least something more to the combat aside from just wailing away with, like, at a boss with like other players who are doing the same basic attacks. I just like, bro, and then after that, like, I just basically abandoned my account and just, that was basically like my quit moment on like Artix Entertainment games in general during that time period. Cause then I was like, wow, like massive multiplayer adventure quest. Look at all these people going around. You're learning how to program damage ranges in elementary. But yeah, like I was so like although I guess like younger me didn't really understand the whole development cycle of, you know, like alpha testing, beta testing, and then full release, and you know, and continual updates and whatnot. But like it really felt like, looking back at it retrospectively, it should have been like a closed alpha kind of thing. Or was it a closed alpha? I actually don't remember. But yeah, actually no. Was it a closed alpha that I did get in? Because I don't remember if you have to like sign up for it or whatever. Actually, I don't remember now. Oh man. Worse than Minecraft PvP, Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Yeah, like basically, regardless of how that whole alpha stage was set up, I was very underwhelmed. Because like, there was just like, the combat presented was really shallow. Like, I didn't really understand where to go quest or progression wise, or what there was to even do. And then I'm just like, okay, I'm bored, and I already had my fill, and I'm burnt out from Adventure Quest, Dragon Fable. I abandoned Mech Quest because the developers have done the same. So then there's like basically nothing left. I'm like, okay, I'm just done with Artix Entertainment games. So wait, from what you recall, it was free alpha for people who had Guardian and AQ. Okay, so that wasn't me then, because I didn't have Guardian at that time. It was only much later that I got Guardian status. So I guess it was like, it was either open alpha or open beta at that point then. Because again, like, with how barren the game's like combat and systems were, I'm pretty sure no way was that a beta. Like, that was it was like a bare bones like alpha stage still at that point, I think. But yeah, okay, wait, what the heck am I doing here again? Okay. So, break bar, boss with multiple assassins, only caster needs to be defeated. If you bring these characters, they'll get bonus damage and curse immunity. At the start of battle, boss will apply curse and taunt, 10 hit evade, unremovable. Will heal from curse every time, drain the MP bar. MP max, also reduced HP to 1. Reapply taunt. Okay, so basically, just get ignore invincible. I gotcha. But yeah, man, like, now that you brought up, like, what was it, like, Josh Rive Hayes and everything, like, I've been, like, watching all of his clips on, like, during his WoW arc and everything. Man, there's a lot of shitters, at least, like, from people who watch World of Warcraft streams that come in and basically bitch about how streamers would play the wrong way if they're not aiming to go for endgame and shit. Like, it's insane. Like, bro, like, it's crazy just how, like, people get that. Like, honestly, like, it kind of paints, like, a very stark picture about, like, how people can turn, like, games into something insufferable for themselves, or for others even, when it's supposed to just be a you know, something for leisure and shit. Especially with the whole, like, aspect of competitiveness that kind of, like, turns everything into, like, a min-max race of sorts, rather than just playing a game to just explore, experience, and just, well, have fun and everything. It's crazy. Yeah, like, people, like, who spend so much time, money, and everything to invest their, essentially their life into an MMO. And then when something changes, like, and they don't know how to handle it, they just, like, probably, like, lash out at others and whatnot. And I'm just like, that is so sad. Like, yeah, basically it's kind of like, they really gotta find other hobbies so that, like, if something changes, or, you know, just other people, or just do anything else in their life, honestly. Because, like, yeah, people kind of get really crazy when it comes to, like, oh, why aren't you enjoying things like this, or why aren't you doing this or that, or some other weird shit. I'm like, why are you, like, I'm like, listening to Josh, like, talk to those particular chatters, and I'm just like, why are those chatters, like, so obsessed and parasocial about this shit? Or not coming in straight up with more malicious or ill intent, or hostile intent, I guess. Because, like, also, like, media literacy, again, all-time low. Like, there's so many times where people keep going into his chat, where it's just like, oh, why do you hate this? And then he's like, wait, when did I ever say that I hate something, or hate, like, this or that? And then, like, they also came up and say, like, oh, why do you hate Warframe? And then he's like, wait, I was like, I endorsed Warframe. It's like, you know, like, stuff like that. Because, like, he even pulled up the audio for his Warframe video, and he called it, like, I'm paraphrasing here, like, a hot mess of systems that he has a lot of fun playing, like, some of the best fun gameplay-wise. So it's like a mess of, like, progression and, like, all this other stuff that's so confusing to sift through, but you're having so much fun just playing the game anyways. Yeah, he loves Warframe, but then because, like, people only listen or even just read the title of the video, because, like, I think it was like, what, was it worst MMO ever, or was it good? No, was it good? It's for older games. Yeah, I think it was on his worst MMO ever, and I think, like, because people see the inherently negative title of the series called the worst MMO ever, people just take it at face value. It's like, oh, he's calling it bad. I'm just like, bro, like, just listen to the first minute. Like, he literally says, like, probably within the first minute or two, how it's, like, a mess of systems that has, like, the most fun gameplay or some shit. I'm just like, people are so quick to jump to conclusions. It's so sad. So, let me just look back again. Rumors about retro achievements for RuneScape? Oh, that's crazy.
ねえ、宗十郎。あんたの宝具、あれ何やってるの？
What are you doing in Noble Phantasm?
アリスは知ってるらしいけど。
It's a secret.
え？私には秘密？
Huh.
なんでよ。
Alco questions what the heck Sojiro is doing for his Noble Phantasm where he fucking dies? But Alice knows about? Huh. Okay, that has to be something that's going on in, like, the visual novel with whatever the fuck goes on with them. Huh, interesting. Okay, and I believe all I need to do is just clear this once. Living Human Servant and A rank NP. So it's... Oh, okay, so it's like 6 enemy nodes with a tanky Shuten Doji. And who can I use? Oh, I can use, oh shit, I can use Durga. Oh shit! So wait, people need to learn that worst MMO ever is a quest to find bad MMOs. Any given video doesn't mean the game is bad. Yeah, but people can't really understand or look into a video to understand something, and they just read a headline or title and then just make of it what they interpret, even if incredibly mistakenly, and just take it as their fact rather than like actually seeing the content, going, oh, like that's his like nuanced take and opinions and details. I was like he made a worst MMO video on this thing. I was like, oh, why he hates it? I'm just like, bro. Again, I don't like actually watch his streams too much, but yeah, I like having his videos as like background noise to listen to and whatever. But like, yeah, like now that he's gone on his World of Warcraft arc and everything, it's really brought out, or it's really shown like a lot of the shitters that come in from like either the WoW side or people, or just like honestly there's like some, it's like this really weird disproportionate amount of haters coming out of the woodworks or whatever. But yeah, it's weird. So first minute, you'd be lucky about 20 seconds to talk. Wait, summer gems. You tried one of them out, Fall on Earth, and it was fully free. But yeah, wait, let me check something real quick. Do I need to change Durga to any specific ascension? No, you can just keep her as is. Okay, that's fine. Let's see, Murder at Kumano Hot Springs is now complete. This calls for a celebratory toast. I can even hear the ghost partying and making a racket. Huh? You want to join in? Modern humans have no fear, I guess, but that's a spirit. I don't know where the banquet hall is, but if your magical energy is at an ace level high, you might just find it. Okay, Durga, there she is. And okay, I actually don't need this one anymore. I can take this one. But also, like, concerning WoW and everything, World of Warcraft and everything, it's really weird how people get very anal about whether you choose to experience classic or is like, why are you not playing retail WoW? Like, I'm just like what if people just want to experience the old shit at their own pace, or just explore content how they want? Like, it's so weird how a lot of people like don't recognize that and view it as some kind of foreign concept. It's really weird. And there's also like the usual like backseating for optimal play or whatever, but I'm like, okay, the only time to complain about optimal play is if you're genuinely doing endgame rating where like, you're trying to do like whatever complex mechanics that need to truly understand your rotations, but like if you're doing base game or leveling content, like come on, like just let people do their own thing. It's crazy how people get like obsessed about even just like the minute stuff of just like leveling content, or even just like the whole like, oh, if you're still in leveling content, you're wasting time by not being at the end of it. I'm like, whatever happens to the journey. So like, Fallen Earth was kind of cool, felt outdated, empty. To be fair, it's post-apocalyptic. Control support where you need to shoot things. Oh, huh. There's something oddly funny about having Ibuki wipe out Shuten Doji like this. Alright, and that should be event done. I think. We just need to clear that once, right? Wait, what did I not finish?
Information!
Oh, right! There's still one mission where I need to fight a neutral servant back in part 7. Where the fuck is part 7? This one. So interesting story why Fallen Earth is fully free too. The game died, but some fans bought ownership and brought it back as a free game. They ripped out the paid content and put it in grindable play. Oh, that's really cool. Huh. That's always really cool to hear when, like, some dedicated fans go out of their way to, like, bring a game back to life and stuff that way. And yeah, take all the paid stuff and actually make it, something you can grind out in-game. You know, it kind of makes me wish at that point, even though obviously it would never happen, like, kind of wish we had like similar, well, actually I'm not sure about completing that minus spot. Actually no, I was just mainly thinking about that from like Maple Story. Or basically, I guess like just other Nexon games or whatever. Because man, like, I remember... Again, okay, this might be roasting the glass about Mabinogi, but I remember just having a whole bunch of fun just going around and exploring everything, but like, if you want to do harder content, like, I believe like a lot of it comes down to like, I believe Cash Shop forges or whatever the fuck it was. Like, there's like some aspect of enhancement, like equipment enhancement progression that I think part of it was connected to the Cash Shop. I'm not sure if you can acquire it through other players by buying it off them, but then given how gold inflation is with like the bots running around or whatever and how hyper-inflated like in-game money is there, I'm not sure how feasible it is for normal players to really go for that. But man, case preservation's core, live service, green game. But yeah, it's Korean. Like, Nexon's a Korean company and everything. It also really sucks that like, with how Maple Story is and like how the player base is like regionally, it's so annoying that like, cause like for a period of time I was in like a Maple Story phase playing with friends of mine for modern Maple Story, and it was really annoying when we were playing on the reboot server, which is basically like self-found, like multiplayer, but all of your progression is self-found. You did the grinding for equipment, money, and all this other stuff, and bossing and whatnot. Although technically you could just work with other players to, you know, potentially get carry ones if need be. But in terms of like personal character progression, you had to do it by yourself. But then like, because there's the trade servers and everything, like, you know, like whether it's like with Cash Shop stuff or people trading with other players and everything, there's like a market for that kind of thing. And so the Korean side of the player base got so pissy about how the reboot server, basically, you know, self-found server, was able to progress as far as the Korean side of the player base was, like without having to pay a cent. They've raised so much shit to Nexon. They've basically forced their hand to nerf the XP and money progression that the players playing reboot servers like were, what was it? They nerfed our farming rates just because the people playing trade servers and like whaling uber amounts of money like were just jealous of. I'm just like, why aren't you using that Like, why aren't you like complaining about having buffs to your side of things? Like, why bring down other, like, why try to bring down like the part of the player base that's enjoying shit on the other side of the planet? Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Like, they were legitimately complaining that we're progressing too far too quickly for not even paying or whaling on a Nexon game. I'm like, fuck off with that shit. It was so stupid.
自分今回は普段よりおとなしいですよ
Nexon,
ね
yeah. Welcome back,
空
Wiz.
気読んで黙ってその輝きお宝っすね不労所得よりすごいっすわ
仕事を全部片付けたかい？よし、それじゃあ行こうか。とっておきの
1000
マジッ
losses
ク
on
アワーだ。
StarCraft ladder for them. But yeah, like, jaded MMO community and like basically like primarily the like Korean Maple Story side of the player base that got real pissy that reboot players were just having as much fun without having to pay for, or without having to pay to win. Because like there was still monetization in terms of like cash shop cosmetics and, okay, let's not get into the whole pets thing, like, oh dear god. But like, yeah. So they were still able to monetize off of global players, which would be in like Nexon's interest and everything. But then, because like, there's this weird, at least from what I've heard my friends like tell me secondhand, or no, not secondhand, sorry. From what they've heard from their own like, God, sorry, no, I'm thinking like the wrong words here. But they've looked into like the some Korean player mindsets and whatever when it comes to like MMOs or mobile games or just like how they spend their time with specific kinds of games. They feel like their time and money is like some weird form of investment that they attach a lot of personal and life value into or whatever. So then like when things change or negatively affect them, or they get jealous even of how other players in other regions play the game or whatever, they go out of the way to make things hell until they have things changed to cater to them as like the whales or whatever. Everyone else be damned. And I'm just like, what the actual shit? Like, it's not enough for them to just try to like raise their player voices for the embetterment of the game for everyone as a whole, but then rather they direct their ire towards the player base just minding their own business and just doing their own thing essentially. Like, I've never seen a player base so hostile and jealous towards subsets of itself. Like, it's ridiculous. Guess those people who wrote that one book should have planned ahead and written, "Thou should not covet thy neighbor's reboot server monetization." But yeah, it's so weird. Like, I don't know, like, those people really need to touch grass, but like, they're just like basically too far gone in that sense. If like they went to that extent to raise enough of a fuss to Nexon to basically force their hand to nerf the farming rates of players on the global servers, or just reboot servers in general, because like, you know, there were reboot servers in Korea too. So yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Like, I actually saw the patch notes when they nerfed the like XP farming rates and money farming rates for shit like that. I'm just like, come on, dude, we're just playing games here. Like, why are you telling us to have less fun just because like our experience is different from them trading and whaling and doing shit their way? I'm like, come on. Don't tell them to touch grass to get pissy about how yours is better than theirs and then get everyone's grass taken away. Yeah, I mean, that's basically like the mindset there. Like, how dare your grass be greener on that other side? And then instead of like either admiring just how green their grass is or whatever, they'd rather see everyone else's grass burn instead. I'm just like, that is such a like negative, toxic mindset. Like, who raised them to think like that instead of thinking, you know, in a idealistic way of like, oh, like, you know, how can we, what can we do to make our grass greener, and whatever, to make things better and hopefully happier and more positive for ourselves. But then now I guess human nature just drag people down with them and say fuck you for being happier than us. I'm just like, what? It's crazy. Again, like, I've seen some shit with all the years that I've played MapleStory. So it's just, yeah, I'm so glad that I'm out of that hellhole, basically. Can't take my grass or having it removed anyway. Korean sizing might be fucked. I mean, again, like, it's just like a snippet or and like all that stuff. Like, I don't think it should be indicative as a whole, but at least like with the subset of Korean MMO player or netizens or however you want to categorize it or whatever, like, it's really screwy there. Like, in that regard, I mean. But yeah, like, if it's like a Korean MMO thing, like, I'm avoiding like the plague. Actually, like, are there any other like Korean games or MMOs that I play? Actually, or that I play now or recently? I mean, I know Nikkei's Korean, right? But you know, in terms of MMO though, no, I think like I just avoid those kinds of MMO developers now. Cause I think the only Korean thing at this point would just be like gachas. And for the most part, like, I don't even really play Korean gachas. Nikkei's Korean, but they somehow only said Kek once. But yeah, I forget. Is Blue Archive Korean? I forget. Or is it Japanese? I think it's, I forget. Korean and then, you know, like, localized to Japan and beyond, right? It is as well? Oh, okay, so I was remembering right. But yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm making too many other generalizations or whatever, so I should probably stop dwelling on that front. But okay. We are now done with Mahoyo. But I am not done reading the actual Mahoyo, which I'll do on my own time, honestly. Yeah, they're made with like the Japanese audience in mind and stuff, from like how it looks and, well, presents itself and everything. But yeah, okay, so let me just go close FGO here tonight. I think I'm pretty tapped out from what we're doing. I was originally gonna plan on having, if it wasn't for all the tangents and me kind of like screwing around and stuff, like plan to switch to Honkai Star Rail to do some side content. But I think I'll reserve that for another night, another time. But yeah, good stuff. We're done with Mahoyo. Can't wait to, on my own time, read Mahoyo and everything, because honestly, it's been a while since I've like read a full-fledged visual novel compared to everything. Because like, I mean, you know, we can kind of joke about like, you know, like Neptunia games basically being visual novels with an RPG aspect, or Trails games with like how much dialogue there is, or well, I guess like technically there is a Zero Escape game, so that is visual novel. But yeah, in terms of like full on visual novel, because like what was it? I haven't really like sat down and just read something to myself Well, I mean, okay, technically this is like some of the light novels I bought, but yeah. So wait. Time for a 1 a.m. coffee since you ended up sleeping through most of the stream. Wow. Take a rest day. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, it's been like a lot of reading and talking and everything, and I don't know. Like, nostalgia stream but with Adventure Quest. Nah, I'm done with like Arctic's games. Like, I've had my fill over the years. I've had my nostalgia rerun, like getting back into Adventure Quest like some years ago, just checking how things are, like what the new content is. Like, I even tried like to regrind my character to like higher levels, readjust the stats and everything with the stat trainer or the stat untrainer or whatever. And then eventually, like, I was like, okay, I'm having some fun with this. But then, like, I tried some of the challenge content, or you know, what's I guess designated as the hard, high level boss content. I got my ass beat so fast, and I'm like, I cannot figure out where to like look for shit to then get like proper equipment, spells, pets to help facilitate doing endgame. Cause like I thought I was like well prepared going into like an endgame boss, and then it just deletes me. It has insane accuracy, or sorry, no, block chance. So then like all my attacks are just getting blocked or barely getting through. I'm just like, this is so not fun anymore. Like there's like some of the other casual content where you're just exploring through other random nodes, or they have like their whole like main story arcs to read through or whatever, which I've read like a long time ago, or at least part of it that was released at the time. But then yeah, eventually I just kind of I was like, you know what, I've had my fill. Like there's still some of the fun parts that I remember through rose tinted glasses, going through like the newer content or what's supposed to be the harder high difficulty balance content. I'm like, nah, like this ain't it for me. I'm not too into it. But yeah, wait, last year of nostalgia would be ultimate nostalgia stream. But yeah, okay, so thank you all for watching. Will I take a rest day? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, considering the back-to-back-to-back FGO stuff and everything, but well, man, I do want to go back to Trails though. I mean, I'll think on it. Whether or not like I'll set up the waiting room on YouTube as to whether or not I've made my decision. Then, if you don't see it, probably like I'm taking that rest day then. But yeah, okay. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all later. Bye bye, everyone. Take care.